Good morning, everyone, and our esteemed guests. Welcome to Enduring Democracies, Gender, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Futures in Myanmar and Southeast Asia.
I am Serena Belen, a second-year BAISGD student.
I'm Edward Lim Jr., MIS student of the Miriam College Graduate School.
Today, we are gathered to explore critical intersections of gender, sustainable development, and governance in Myanmar and across Southeast Asia. Through collective insights in CRRIC's workshops, outputs, and discussions, we will build pathways for enduring democracy. The Philippines is the last leg of CRRIC's face-by-face project to create policy-based frameworks.
Our event today is a shared partnership with the International Development, Innovation, and Sustainability Development Department of Miriam College, along with the Women and Gender Institute, the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute Canada, and of course, the Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Ties Network, CHERN. Thank you for your partnership for this event, everyone. And of course, we also introduce our guests who are here today, including first Mr. Kausar Ahmed from the CRRIC, Mr. Imtiaz Ahmed from the University of Dhaka, Sejal Tawari of the Embassy of Canada, Ekpang Pintanawit of the Chulalongkorn University, and Professor Aguilang Pagalan, the Philippine Representative of Children's Rights, ACWC.
Before we proceed further, we would also like to let our audience know that this event will be documented by Miriam College's student publications, the Kira Publications. So for any who has concerns regarding this, you may kindly approach our organizing committee at the back to settle your concerns. Thank you. And now, before we proceed to anything else, let us ground ourselves in reflection and gratitude. May we request Ms. Isabel Almazan, a second-year BAIS IP student, here on stage to lead us in the opening prayer.
Let us place ourselves in the most holy presence of the Lord. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of this day, for the warmth of the sun, for the safety you have granted us, and for your constant guidance in our lives. As we gather here to celebrate this year's IDIS month, we are grateful for the opportunity to come together as one community, to create meaningful memories, to deepen our understanding, and to begin new journeys with hope and purpose. We ask that you send upon us your Holy Spirit and guide us in this gathering as we deepen our understanding in democracy, strengthen unity among people and nations, and work together in the pursuit of peace and justice. Thus, every activity we take, every dialogue we share, and every connection we build, so that through mutual respect, cooperation, and solidarity, we may contribute to a more harmonious and democratic world. Miriam of Nazareth, teach us your ways and lead us to Jesus.
Thank you, Ms. Isabel Almazan. Now we kindly ask everyone to please stand for the national anthem to be led by Ms. Chelsea Manalo of the Sikat Singers.
Ilagay po natin ang ating kanang kamay sa kaliwang dibdib at sabay-sabay natin awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
3, go.
Thank you, everyone.
You may now take your
seats. Right. To get our session started today, may we invite the National Development, Innovation, and Sustainability Chairperson, Ms. Lorna Israel, to deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you and good morning and welcome to Miriam College in Quezon City. As you know, we have a campus also in Pampanga, in Alviera, and in the south, Novali. And we're very happy and we are very honored for you that you have joined us in this very challenging event. And first, I'd like to thank our friends and guests. You're very famous already. I will not mention your names anymore, but just to say we are very grateful for your presence and attendance to this event. And our theme is charting new beginnings. And as we know in Southeast Asia or everywhere else in the world, democracy and our advocacy for gender equality and peace and justice will always chart a new beginning, always a new beginning. And we hope that together we can embrace the wisdom of the moment so that we can journey together in the future where democracy is resilient and enduring. And just to put a little bit of context and why we are here, we know that there are some external shocks that we are experiencing. And of course, these external shocks will eventually become internal or domestic shocks. And maybe most of the time, the domestic and the internal shocks would become an external shock. So we must endure so that we will become enduring. Maraming salamat and let's have a meaningful and challenging conversation today and in days to come. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Lorna.
Once again, everyone, thank you for being gathered here today and for joining us in the IDIS month. And as we echo what Ms. Lorna said, this is a very good opportunity for us to be brought together, move from the past, and use our knowledge to raise the present and the future towards an enduring democracy.
Okay, it is now time to meet our esteemed guests for our first opening speech. She currently serves as the spokesperson of the Department of Foreign Affairs and the officer in charge of the Office of Public Diplomacy. Spokesperson Ratonel earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in Social Science, major in Area Studies, cum laude from the University of the Philippines, Manila. She likewise completed an MA in Asian Studies at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Speaking on behalf of the Honorable Secretary Maria Teresa P. Lazaro, let us welcome Ms. Allen B. Ratonel, the DFA spokesperson.
To the students, faculty, administrators of Miriam College, the members of Miriam College International Studies Society, the Women and Gender Institute, Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Studies Network, and the Conflict and Resolution Research Institute Canada, ladies and gentlemen, guests, a pleasant morning to you all. At the outset, I wish to convey the greetings of the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Maria Teresa P. Lazaro, on the convening of enduring democracies, gender, sustainable development, and inclusive futures in Myanmar and Southeast Asia. As the Special Envoy of the ASEAN Chair on Myanmar, she wishes to commend the Department of International Development, Innovation, and Sustainability of this college for putting such a multifaceted topic, which is Myanmar, at the forefront of your discussions. Within Southeast Asia, a future that is led by women is not only a shared aspiration, but an inevitable reality. Amongst the 11 ASEAN member states, at least a third has been led by a woman at some point in time, reflecting that progress has been made to put women in spaces of power, ultimately showing to the region that they can be strong leaders. While we welcome this development, the challenge remains for women to continually break glass ceilings through all levels of governance and across various industries and sectors. In my keynote today, I will highlight how ASEAN member states have continued to build on this goal, as we may be seen in the implementation of the ASEAN's 5-point census on Myanmar. Further, I will share some thoughts on how scholars, policymakers, and practitioners can take meaningful action along the intersections of gender, democratic resilience, and sustainable development in Southeast Asia. Within the context of ASEAN, the 5-point consensus serves as the primary reference of the region on how it engages Myanmar. The 5-point consensus, a decision agreed upon by the ASEAN leaders in 2021, calls for the cessation of hostilities, facilitation of constructive dialogue among all parties concerned, mediation of the dialogue process, and humanitarian assistance. This decision also provides the special envoy of the ASEAN chair the mandate to take constructive steps to implement these aims, engaging various stakeholders such as the Myanmar authorities, civil society organizations, humanitarian actors, and ethnic armed organizations in the process. While the text of the 5-point consensus does not specifically mention women per se, it is noteworthy that many actors who operationalize this decision are women. In particular, the current Special Envoy of the ASEAN Chair in Myanmar and the UN Special Envoy of the Secretary General on Myanmar are Her Excellency Maria Teresa P. Lazaro and Her Excellency Julie Bishop, respectively. Further, it bears emphasizing that a substantive part of what inspires Myanmar's political dialogue is Daw Aung San Suu Kyi. Even key actors in Myanmar, taking part in conversations about development, federalism, and the escalation of violence are women. In short, women are not only passive actors in national socio-political ecosystems. They actively shape difficult conversations about the future of the country. This translates to ASEAN at large, where we have witnessed the inclusion of women's rights and in decisions and policies. As early as 1988, ASEAN has adopted the Declaration on the Advancement of Women in ASEAN region. This was followed by key declarations which protect women, elevate them as active agents in and beneficiaries of development, and promote their equitable and effective participation in all fields and at various levels. In particular, the Declaration and the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the Elimination of Violence Against Children in ASEAN, 2013, the ASEAN Declaration on the Gender-Responsive Implementation of the ASEAN Community Vision 2025, and the Sustainable Development Goals 2017, and the ASEAN Gender Mainstreaming Strategic Framework are initiatives which ensure our region's sustained cooperation and dialogue on women's participation towards an inclusive future. Indeed, these are markers of our progress. However, we are still left with a question: how do we ensure that women continue to take an active and effective role in spaces of governance and power. Allow me to highlight 3 ways. First, as scholars and students, it is important that we continuously reflect on our understanding of democracies, governance structures, and sustainable development, and how women can contribute to deepening discourse on these topics. In this, we not only hope to deepen our understanding of the role of women in these spaces, but also seek to mainstream our knowledge and make it more accessible to the general public. Second, as policymakers and leaders, it is also crucial that women are not only represented in spaces of decision-making, but are taken into account in our country's overall agenda and national plans. As part of the Philippines' chairship of ASEAN, the Philippines have made it our deliverable to amplify women's voices through ASEAN-led mechanisms. In particular, we aim to adopt the ASEAN Declaration and the gender transformative implementation of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, post-2025 ASEAN Regional Plans of Action on the elimination of violence against women, against children, and ASEAN Declaration on the establishment of Center of Excellence on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment. These underscore our solidarity with women across the region by promoting harmonization of views and positions. Finally, as practitioners, it is crucial that we do not only ensure women's presence in key spaces, but that there is actual agency for women to influence change and enact decisions. This may be done through making workplaces accessible, investing in the training and education of women, and gearing mentorship for women's success. Ultimately, these efforts strengthen resilience and capacity for women to be active agents in their respective communities. In closing, an inclusive future that is led by women is not only a possibility, it is already taking root in our communities and governments. Our role now is to continuously shape that engagement through our conversations, institutions, and constructive actions. As such, as we go beyond this conference, it is my hope that we remain guided by our collective commitment for inclusivity and openness, especially in amplifying the voices of women, whether in Myanmar, Southeast Asia, or the world. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms.
Ms. Ratanel.
Ratanel.
Now, on to our next speaker for this morning. She is a graduate of Marinal College High School, and she did her undergraduate and law degrees at the UP Diliman and her Master of Laws degree from the Harvard Law School in Cambridge, Massachusetts, USA. She is a professor at the UP College of Law and the Philippine representative on the promotion and protection of the rights of women and children. Everyone, let us give a warm round of applause to Professor Elizabeth Aguiling Pangalangan.
Distinguished colleagues, partners, members of civil society, students, and friends from across Asia. Good morning to all of you. It is an honor to join you today for this important regional gathering entitled Enduring Democracies, Gender, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Futures in Myanmar and Southeast Asia. I extend my sincere gratitude to Miriam College, International Studies Society, the Department of International Development, Innovation and Sustainability, the Women and Gender Institute, the Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Studies Network, and the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute Canada for convening this timely and relevant conversation. Several of the academic entities that I just mentioned, I know quite well. WAGI, I've spoken in many of their fora through the years. Likewise, I was the director of the Institute of Human Rights at the University of the Philippines Law Center for 14 years. And such, we were the, a convener, no? And founding member of CHERN. So I've worked with Mr. Joel Barreto for a long, long time, and I value his friendship all this time. And of course, I find every reason to come back to Miriam College. I was a student when it was still called Mary Knoll, so that was years ago, but it's the same ambiance, the same values, and I find every reason to be back, whether it is to attend some activity of 3 of my granddaughters or to speak in forums such as these. At a time when democratic institutions are under strain across many parts of the world, this gathering reminds us of an important truth. Democracy is not sustained merely through constitutions, elections, or institutions. Democracy endures only when human dignity is protected. It survives only when inclusion is real. And it becomes meaningful only when women, children, minorities, displaced communities, and historically marginalized peoples are able not merely to survive, but to participate fully, safely, and equally in shaping their future. Today, nowhere is this challenge more urgent than in Myanmar. The continuing humanitarian crisis in Myanmar has devastated communities, displaced families, interrupted education, weakened institutions, and placed millions of civilians, particularly women and children, in conditions of profound insecurity and vulnerability. My work as Philippine representative to the ASEAN Commission on Women and Children has trained me to be alert to circumstances of women and children. Behind every statistic is a child deprived of education, a mother forced to flee her home, a young girl exposed to trafficking, exploitation, or violence, a family living without safety, health care, or legal protection. And when conflict persists, it is often women and children who bear the most difficult burdens, and even though they are least responsible for its causes. Yet, women and children are not merely victims of conflict. They are also central agents of peace, resilience, and democratic transformation. Across Southeast Asia, we have repeatedly witnessed women leading humanitarian responses, sustaining communities, preserving education, defending human rights, documenting abuses, facilitating dialogue, and rebuilding social trust in fractured societies. Women human rights defenders, educators, community organizers, and peace advocates continue to perform extraordinary acts of courage despite enormous tasks. Likewise, children and young people are not passive observers of history. They are stakeholders in the future that we are shaping today. The protection of children's rights is therefore not secondary to peace building. It is fundamental, it is foundational to it. But our goal of protecting children must not mislead us into thinking that children are vulnerable and passive subjects. We have to remember that children have the right to participate in decision-making in all matters that affect them. This is a right established and recognized in the Convention of the Rights of the Child, which all 11 ASEAN member states have acceded to. A society cannot claim to pursue sustainable development while children are denied education, exposed to violence, displaced from their homes, or deprived of opportunities to develop their full potential. Nor can democracy truly flourish where gender inequality persists. This is why the intersections highlighted by this conference, gender, democracy, sustainability, and inclusive futures, are not separate conversations. They are inseparable. Indeed, Sustainable Development Goal number 5 on gender equality, Goal number 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions, and Goal number 10 on reducing inequalities all reinforce one another. The advancement of women's rights strengthens democracies. The protection of children strengthens long-term peace. Inclusive governance strengthens sustainable development. And ASEAN itself has increasingly recognized this interconnectedness. As we reflect on the Philippine ASEAN chairship theme, which is navigating our future together, we are reminded that regional solidarity must be more than a slogan. It must become a concrete commitment to shared responsibility. Regional cooperation requires moral courage as much as diplomatic engagement. It requires us to listen seriously to marginalized voices, including women, children, ethnic communities, displaced persons, indigenous peoples, and queer communities whose experiences are too often ignored in formal political processes. Peace-building efforts that exclude these voices are unlikely to produce durable peace. Let me also share with you that we just held our 32nd ACWC meetings Monday and Tuesday of this week. That's why this has been a very hectic week for me, but I couldn't say no to my friend Joel. No, and there we planned the activities for this year when the Philippines is chair. And among these activities are the continuing efforts to come up with guidelines to fight violence against women. And then there's another publication that we are coming up with on violence against children. And we've come up with a common chapter because we realized that in homes where there is violence against women, it is likely that there is also violence against children, that these two are connected. Another project that we have is the ICT Forum on preventing OSAEC and SISAEM, online sexual abuse and exploitation of children, and child sexual CSAM, so child sexual exploitation and abuse materials, because Southeast Asia is one of the targeted areas where this happens a lot. And we also saw that a child who is a victim of abuse online is in all probability also a victim of abuse offline. And the other one that I'd like to share with you is our effort to protect the rights of persons with disability in the context of migration. So we have these and several other studies. For instance, we just came up with the guidelines to prevent what we call child early and forced marriages, which is also unfortunately a phenomenon here in Asia. Universities, scholars, and research institutes are not detached observers of social reality. They help shape public discourse, preserve truth, challenge disinformation and misinformation, produce policy alternatives, and cultivate empathy across borders. In times of democratic uncertainty, learned communities have a special obligations to defend human dignity and evidence-based dialogue. I therefore commend this initiative for bringing together various stakeholders in the spirit of regional solidarity. As representatives, educators, advocates, and citizens of Asia, we must continue to strengthen rights-based approaches to governance and development. We must defend civic spaces where people can speak freely and participate meaningfully. We must support humanitarian responses that center human dignity. We must invest in education that promotes peace, unity, equality, and democratic values. And we must ensure that regional cooperation remains anchored not only in economic goals, but also in human rights, compassion, and social justice. The challenges before Southeast Asia are undoubtedly complex, but complexity cannot become an excuse for indifference. History reminds us that even amidst conflict and uncertainty, solidarity matters, dialogue matters, advocacy matters, and hope matters. The work being done through this partnership initiative demonstrates that regional cooperation, informed scholarship, and principled advocacy can contribute meaningfully to the pursuit of peace and democratic resilience. May this gathering therefore serve not only as an academic exercise, but as a reaffirmation of our shared responsibility to one another as members of a regional community. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our esteemed guests for your speeches.
It is strong and bright optimism and hope that many women are in the roles of government and leadership in order to address crises such as this in Myanmar. However, it's also a reality and tragedy that many victims of this conflict are women, children, and minorities, especially from violence and cruelty. And I hope our speakers today, the first two speakers, have inspired our audience today, students, faculty, and likewise, to really take this issue into full promotion and full action.
Once again, thank you to our esteemed guests for your speeches. But before we proceed to our program, we'll also take this moment to have a photo opportunity with Miss Annalyn and Professor Elizabeth here on stage. So may we request everyone to rise for the photo opportunity?
May we first everyone to squeeze it so we all can have. Huh? Facing there? Wait, facing there?
Using
Nawawala na pa.
My story is much too sad to be told, but practically everything. They're writing songs of love, but not for me. A lucky stars above, but not for me. With love to lead the way, I've found more clouds of gray than any Russian play could guarantee. I was a fool to fall and get that way. I ho, alas, and also lack a day. Although I can't dismiss the memory of her kiss, I guess she's not for.
Alright, thank you everyone once again. May we please have time to proceed with our program.
Please settle down, everyone. Please take your seats. Take care, everyone.
Thank
Thank you,
you, everyone.
everyone. Now, to further enlighten our morning, our next speaker is the Deputy Minister of the National Unity Government in Myanmar. Sharing her insights all the way from Myanmar, let us welcome Dr. Ah Song.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, thank you.
I can hear you, Dr. Ah Song.
Oh, okay, yeah, thank you. Dr. Ah Chan. Okay. Hello, everyone, and good morning, distinguished guests and college and partner and friends. I'm very sorry that I am unable to join you in person to meet and greet you. It is a privilege to address you today on a subject of profound importance to our region: how to build democracy that are resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. I speak on behalf of the National Unity Government of Myanmar and from the perspective of a country whose people continue to demonstrate extraordinary commitment to democratic value under difficult circumstances. Our experience underscores a fundamental truth: democracy must deliver for all people if it is endure. Today, I will briefly highlight three interconnected priorities: gender equality, inclusive governance, and sustainable development. First, gender equality is central to democratic resilience. No democracy can endure if it excluded half of its population. Women across Myanmar and Southeast Asia are not only participants, but leaders in civic engagement, community resilience, and reform efforts. However, their representation in decision-making and their protection under the law remain insufficient. So you can look around how many women in lawmaker, judge, women participate in every levels, even the leader of ASEAN countries. So enduring democracy must ensure equal participation, safeguard rights, and invest in the economics and educational advancement of women and girls. Gender equality is not only a matter of justice, it is a prerequisite for stability and progress. Second, inclusive future require deliberate policy choices. Democracy must reflect diversity of the society it serves. In Myanmar, this inclusive advancing a federal democratic system that recognizes the rights and inspiration of all ethnic communities. More broadly, inclusive require reducing disparity, expanding access to essential services, enabling meaningful participants, particularly for youth and marginalized groups, including Rohingya people in Myanmar. Inclusion must be embedded in institutions, not treated as an afterthought. Third, sustainable development must be anchored in equity and accountabilities. Development strategies must balance economic growth with environmental stewardship and social inclusion. In Myanmar, across the region, climate vulnerability and economic destruction require long-term and coordinated responses. Transparent governance and community participations and responsible resources management are essential to ensuring that development outcomes are both durable and fair. Finally, regional cooperation is critical too. The challenges we face, political instability, inequality, and climate change, transcends national border. A strengthened national collaboration grounded in shared principle and mutual responsibility is essential to advancing democratic resilience and stability developments. So this problem, one person, one group, one country cannot solve this problem. We have to be collective with the leadership in ASEAN country. So this is not one country problem. This is all ASEAN country problem. So to be inclusive, enduring democracy depend on inclusive governance, equitable development, and the full participation of all people. Let us use this workshop to reinforce our shared commitment to this principle and to advance practical solutions that will shape a more just and sustainable future of Myanmar and Southeast Asia. So thank you very much.
Okay, once again, a round of applause for Dr. Asa. But before we proceed to the next part of our program, may we call on Ms. Annalyn Ratonel and our faculty members to present the token and certificate of appreciation. All right, so to present our certificate of appreciation, may we call on ISOC's president, Ms. Ayeshin Balili.
Okay, good morning, everyone. The Miriam College Department of International Development, Innovation, and Sustainability proudly presents and gives the Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Annalyn D. Ratonel in grateful recognition of her insightful remarks delivered on behalf of the Office of the Secretary. Her contribution served as a vital cornerstone for the dialogue on enduring democracies, gender sustainable development, and inclusive futures in Myanmar and Southeast Asia, bridging the gap between policy and provincial progress. Awarded on May 7th, 2026 at Miriam College, Loyola Heights. May I call on the graduate program coordinator, Sir Reg? Okay, so may we again see Dr. In our screen, as we will also be giving her a certificate. Tech team. So while waiting, let me read the citation for her certificate. The same certificate is given, Certificate of Appreciation, to Dr. Ah Song in grateful recognition of her insightful remarks, and her contribution served as a vital cornerstone for the dialogue on enduring democracies, gender, sustainable development, and inclusive futures in Myanmar and Southeast Asia, bridging the gap between policy and provincial progress. Awarded on May 7, 2026 at Miriam College, Loyola Heights. Let's just wait for her to be flashed on screen. One moment, Dr. Ah. Kindly remove the pin, yeah, for this one. Okay, thank you so much. And may I call on the department chairperson, Lorna Israel, and Sir Reg Torrecampo to award this certificate with me on stage. So quick photo op, Dr. Ah. Thank you so much. For
Thank you.
since Dr. Melanie is not here already, we'll just give her the same certificate of appreciation, but we can just give her a round of applause for this one. Thank you, everyone.
All right, once again, a round of applause for all of our speakers who have shared their invaluable insights to us today. Once again, as we echo Dr. Azong's insights, the challenges that we face transcends national borders, and we have to take collective action to ensure that the resolutions we move forward are truly inclusive and representative of us all. She also echoed the importance of equal participation, rights, and education, and that gender equality is not only a mission for justice, but it must be a commitment that we live by to champion our rights and ensure that progress involves all. Now, to proceed to the next section of our program, and to present the outputs from the Phase 2 in Thailand and Myanmar, let us call on stage Sir Joel Barredo, the Program Advisor of CRRIC, to share key lessons and learned areas for strengthening gender inclusive sustainable development.
Thank you very much. Buenos dias, everyone. It's an honor. I will not speak on behalf of the team, but this will be a panel of people who have been part of this advocacy tour. It's again a pleasure. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the student organizers of this event. Can you please give them a warm round of applause? In one of the leadership programs that I attended, there was a term that was imposed onto us, is expected unto us, and that's the term ancestors in waiting. And I would like to remind everyone in this room that we are all collectively in this space to become and in transformation to become ancestors in waiting, meaning the knowledge that we share, the insights that you express will definitely be impacting the future generations that will be assembled in this very meaningful space. So again, I think that reminder and the reminders that were given to us by our colleagues from government, from the Department of Foreign Affairs, from Professor Pangalangan, that we carry with us this opportunity and also the responsibility to ensure that whatever we discuss about building and preserving democratic institutions and values will be carried on to the future. All right? And now I'd like to introduce my colleagues who will be speaking on behalf of the team, the regional team, mainly consisting of the Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Studies Network, the Center for Alternatives and the Conflict and Resolution Research Institute in Canada. And they will be sharing with us the policy outcomes from our previous activities. We'd like to remind everyone also that this is a safe, brave, and critical space. This will be an opportunity for you as students of international studies, as members of civil society, and as also educators to provide your insights and your wisdom on how we can move ahead. This is the third leg of our journey. In a few days, we will be heading to Jakarta, where we will be embarking on some visits at key regional agencies, particularly the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So again, this is a pledge of accountability from our group that whatever outcomes that will arise from this event will be shared with our colleagues in Jakarta, Indonesia. All right? So I pose really this challenge onto everyone, and I'm using the word challenge as Professor Lorna had mentioned, for you to speak up. We have the mic here, and please, as much as possible, make the most out of this mic. I'd like to call on my colleagues, Dr. Kauser Ahmed, Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, and Dr. Ekpant Pintawanit to join me on the stage. So have an open mind, open heart. We are talking about people who may not be able to access these spaces, yeah? So I'd like to give now the floor to Dr. Kauser Ahmed to share sort of the overview of this whole program. Thank you very much. Yes.
Very good morning, very good morning. And my name is Kauser Ahmed, and I come from Winnipeg, Manitoba. And this morning is really interesting, and I just would like to express my gratitude to Joel and his team to arrange in such a beautiful venue. And I'm very nostalgic at this point in time, and I'm sorry I had to share with you the bamboo groves outside that you see is very common in Bangladesh, where I grew up and I spent most of my adult life. This reminds me of my village that I used to be very frequent when I was young. So I don't know how it came. It's a happy coincidence, maybe, but that is so wonderful. And thank you for the generosity of yours to extend your hand in sharing the ideas that we are going to do this morning. Before I actually dive into my prepared remarks, I would also like to express my gratitude to my colleague Sejal Tiwari, who's spending time, her busy time in the embassy with us. Thank you, Sejal, for coming. It's very good because she gave me a pin with Philippines and Canada together. Thank you so much. And I have now two Canadian symbols. I come from Canada, and I'm very proud of it, actually, and I will keep reminding throughout my prepared speech that we in Canada, we value democracy, and that is the title of our presentation today, gender equality and all. Canada is one of the few Western nations which has a feminist foreign policy. Although in a declining world of contestation and other things, but still Canada has foreign assistance, which is based on the feminist ideology, which was actually founded by our previous Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. So this is something I was thinking when the rest of the distinguished speakers were talking about gender and equality in this current world. And I think I would also like to acknowledge that we are a team, CRRIC Conflict Resilience and Research Institute Canada and Center for Alternatives led by Professor Imtiaz Ahmed. So we are a team and we are going around in our third phase, which I'll talk briefly in my prepared speech. And the idea is to share with you. And this morning is also important because you are very young and we are actually seeking advice from you because our older brains are complicated. We can't think easily, simply. We keep thinking of theories, these, that, and particularly we are a problematic group of people, academics. We just can't think things simply. So I'll request you that you folks view this plan, project, whatever we are talking through your worldview, the way you think that this should work or shouldn't work. And mind you that we're going to talk about a lot of statistics, a lot of things that we are talking in all the venues. This is our, one of the venue that we are sharing with you. So just to start my prepared speech, dear friends, Magandang Hapon Mabuhay, thank you for receiving us in Manila today. On behalf of the Institute and our partners, Center for Alternatives in Bangladesh and Southeast Asian Human Rights Network, CRRIC, we are truly honored to be here. Manila is our fourth stop on our 5-nation Southeast Asian consultation series, which started in Seoul, and it will finally come to an end in Jakarta next week. We have come here not to lecture, but to listen, to test our ideas honestly, and to refine our work through the expertise of the region we are studying. Next slide, please. So although our discussion is framed within the broader democracy and democratic rules within this discussion, but we are talking about in this project a very serious concern, which is often ignored in the part of the world that I live in and I work. It is often ignored because this conflict has been overshadowed by the war on Gaza, then now the war on Iran, and then war on Ukraine. So 3 global armed conflicts are contesting together to draw our attention and all these affiliated things. So when we say Myanmar, because this is our project, right? So we are going to talk about that and focus now on that. We sometimes reduce it to one community, one border, and one camp. I think one of the previous speakers also mentioned that. So this framing, however well-intentioned, misses the scale of what has happened. The displaced people from Myanmar are not one community. They are many. They are Rohingyas. The Bangladesh continues to carry the heaviest burden with more than 1 million housed there. But they're also Chin and Karen and Karenni. They are Kachin in the north, they are Shan, Pao, Tang. And since February 2021 coup d'etat, they're increasingly Bamar, the country's majority, fleeing conscription, airstrikes, and arbitrary arrest. They are doctors, teachers, students, and farmers. They are Buddhists, Christians, Muslims, Hindus, and animists. According to UNHCR, what you see in the screen is 1.6 million Myanmar refugees and asylum seekers are now in neighboring countries, and more than 3.7 million people are internally displaced inside Myanmar. The coup d'etat did not start this crisis, but it transformed it. What was once primarily an ethnic minority displacement has become a national displacement. So, folks, when we speak about return, we must speak of all of them. Next slide, please. So before I get to our project, I want to bring into this room what we have heard in this journey, because as I said, it is the 4th stop. In Malaysia, our previous stop, we sat with Myanmar community representatives and host civil society organizations. The number they shared with us were sobering, actually. Registered refugees and undocumented Myanmar nationals together exceed 500,000 people in Malaysia alone. Just try to understand the number, 500,000. We asked them why they came. The answers were consistent. They left to escape forced conscription. And here I want to be precise. Not only conscription by the Myanmar military, which is what receives international attention, also conscription by some ethnic armed organizations operating in their home regions. A young person in most of the peripheral Myanmars today faces the prospect of being forced into uniform by one armed actor or another. That is what they fled. They left because the economy collapsed around them. They left because their universities were closed, because the schools their children attended became targets, because there was no path to a viable adult life. They came in search of safety, of work, of education, and of a future. I have documented a few of their journeys as they traveled by boat, worked, half-starved, and finally crossed into a different country. But they arrived to find new forms of insecurity. Without status, without papers, without legal recognition, they leave one document check away from detention. They take exploitative work. Their children remain outside formal schooling. The patterns we saw in Malaysia, we have seen in Thailand as well. And these patterns may emerge here in the Philippines as new arrivals continue. Folks, don't forget one thing. Myanmar origin migrants and refugees in ASEAN are not only humanitarian subjects, they are economic actors as well. In Thailand, migrant workers' GDP contribution is measurably reported by World Bank as around 4.3 to 6.6%. In Malaysia, precisely around 4% of the GDP contribution. So this is why the policy contradiction exists, because these workers help sustain host countries' economies while being denied secure legal status, decent work protections, education for children, affordable healthcare, and long-term stability, which are all within the broader framework of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, I want to speak particularly about Rohingyas, those who are housed in Bangladesh. Their condition is distinct. They are stateless. They have been stripped of citizenship by the country of their birth. A child born in a Rohingya camp today has no nationality, no passport, no claim to any legal home. Their suffering is a category of its own. And most pathetic is that they have no future that they can claim of their own. These are the peoples whose futures we are trying to build. They need a future. We all need a future too. Next slide, please. So in our institute, as you understand, Research Institute, we do a lot of studies, researches. And as a young fellow here, I'm just trying to motivate you that have a look in terms of our projection of this conflict, and if it is not resolved. This is some kind of analytical work, so I'm not just going to dwell much. So this conflict is too often framed as a humanitarian story, moving but optional. The framing of humanitarian crisis makes it feel like a charity question. It is not a charity question. It is a regional structural cost that you're going to see. Our research in the Institute, working with the Institute for Economics and Peace Methodology, estimates that annual cost of violence in Myanmar reached approximately $156 billion US in purchasing power parity PPP terms in 2024, about 56% of Myanmar's GDP. The places Myanmar among the 3 most expensive conflicts in the world today, measured as a share of national output. The cost does not stop at Myanmar's borders. It is absorbed by Bangladesh, by Malaysia, Thailand, and Philippines, and by every economy in the region. ASEAN as a whole pays through the erosion of 5-point consensus, through the expansion of trafficking routes, and through the structural risk that displacement becomes a permanent regional condition. And the conflict now finances itself. And I just quote Sweden-based research organization CRRIC-GAC, which reported a 66% year-on-year increase in Myanmar's military. Now, I will request my friend there to show the website project.cric.org. There's an intention to also drive traffic to our website. Please see. Yeah, so Not this one. Yeah, second one. Go to the second tab. No, second website. Is already up there. Peace in Myanmar. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Okay. So this is our project website, and if you go to the menu. Right, Myanmar crisis dashboard. Right. So there are 4 economic models that we prepared. So go to there. All right, and just put one up. Yeah, thank you. So these are interactive modeling done with a lot of time and energy and research. And you can see, if you browse, you can see these are interactive because you can tweak with it and you can see the numbers. So our team has built a public Myanmar dashboard as you see on the screen. At your own time, you can do that. You can see, and 4 models are there. The first one is Rohingya cost conflict, because host countries must understand how much they are paying and they're going to pay if this conflict is not resolved. The second one is the compound cost of Myanmar's conflict. Again, a lot of numbers because we have captured all these numbers from various sources. And third one is interactive stress testing tool. You can move sliders for conflicts, death, military expenditure, displacement scale, etc. And fourth one possibly is very interesting, is called rare earth conflict economy model. You can see how this kind of extraction is fueling the conflict. Okay, next slide, please. PowerPoint, yeah. Okay, advance a little bit. The project. Yeah, one more. Good. So the project is called Charting a Lasting Peace in Myanmar, ending Myanmar's decades-long civil war. This project is supported by Global Affairs Canada. It's a 2-year project. We are very happy that we got this funding because I think Canada believes to test the idea of bringing peace in Myanmar. And it is from the Indo-Pacific Strategy Regional Envelopment Program. And we are consistently in touch, and our Global Affairs is supporting us in this tour as well. And we express our gratitude. The project rests on a hypothesis. Myanmar's conflict is in what conflict scholars call a mutually hurting stalemate. Ethnic armed organizations have seized substantial territory in Rakhine, Kachin, and Shan state. The military junta has lost the offensive initiative, yet neither side can win, and neither is yet ready to talk. The gap, that interval, is precisely where our initiative of Track 2 diplomacy might work. Phase 1 of the research, which I'm calling about the research, because when you listen to Professor Imtiaz, you will see different phases. But for this research, first phase has already gone by. We developed a concept note. And in phase 2, what we are doing now is dialoguing and taking this concept note to other countries. Next slide, please. Now I want to turn to something that has crystallized for us during this trip, and especially in our Malaysia stop. Days ago, we met with a senior Malaysian diplomat. The conversation was sober, the message was direct. Let me paraphrase it as I heard it. I quote, "The West is busy, Ukraine, Gaza, Red Sea, etc. Their Indo-Pacific bandwidth is contested. If ASEAN waits to be rescued on Myanmar, ASEAN will wait forever. And this is our problem. We must solve it ourselves," unquote. That sentence has stayed with me throughout this tour, and it brings me to the particular significance of this moment for the Philippines. In 2026, the Philippines assumes the chairmanship of ASEAN. The chairmanship is not symbolic. It sets the agenda. It convenes the dialogues. It writes the communique. It signals to external partners like Beijing, Washington, Tokyo, Delhi, Brussels, and Ottawa what ASEAN is prepared to engage on and what it is not. The Philippines has standing on Myanmar that not every member state has. Philippines has democratic credibility. It has lived experience of internal conflict resolution. Mindanao is one of the most studied peace processes of the last 20 years, and many in this room have worked on it possibly. It has civil society depth. Miriam College itself stands at the center of that depth, and it has a track record, often quiet, of moral leadership on regional human rights question. I am also so happy to share with you that I see Gandhiji's statue in the front of this building, and also it has a Center for Peace Studies. I had no clue, which I'm very much interested to engage. So European mediators of the Aceh and American chair of the Northern Ireland, they kind of worked on these things. And I would only, next slide, please, share with you, because I worked very intensely in researching on Northern Ireland conflict. And many say that, our plan is kind of, utopia and wishful. So for them, our response is like this. Northern Ireland conflict ran for 30 years, actually more than 80 years. It ended not because the conflict became simple, but because three things converged. First, there was a credible external mediator, Senator George Mitchell, with American convening power and Irish-American diaspora leverage. Second, there was patient back-channel work by Track 2 Dialogue teams, years of secret meetings between the British government and Sinn Féin before any public talks. And third, there was an economic peace dividend, which is very, very critical in our plan, which happened in Northern Ireland in terms of European Union funding, US investment, a tangible material change for ordinary people that gave peace constituencies on both sides something concrete to defend. Then comes Aceh, and Aceh ended a 30-year war in 15 months between December 2004 and August 2005. Why? Because the Indian Ocean tsunami created a humanitarian opening that no political logic could have produced, because Finland's crisis management initiative under Martti Ahtisaari provided neutral, credible mediation, because the ASEAN monitoring mission gave the agreement regional ownership and verification authority, and because Indonesia under President Yudhoyono was prepared to accept genuine special autonomy for Aceh, not a cosmetic devolution. Neither case was inevitable. Both were built patiently, architecturally, by people who refused to give up for peace. Next slide. We'll talk about our plan more detail. I leave it to the renowned scholar in the Global South, Professor Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed. But just to address two things, because we call it Rakhine Reconstruction Plan, and also sometimes we refer it to Rakhine Stabilization Plan. And this is at the heart of our project. And sometimes it is met with some objections, like, how can you talk about reconstruction where the war is still being fought? Aren't you putting the cart before the horse? Isn't this a chicken or egg problem? You cannot have return without reconstruction, but you cannot have reconstruction without political settlement, but you cannot have a political settlement without a viable return pathway. See, a lot of confusions. Also, aren't you rewarding military junta by putting money into their hands? So these are the critiques that we heard in our 4 stops, and I think Professor Imtiaz will respond to it during his presentation. I'm just laying it out because this is what we have heard so far. Our answer is direct. Yes, it is a chicken egg problem, and the answer to a chicken egg problem is not to wait. The answer is to start with research. We are not building roads in Rakhine today. We are not deploying engineers. We are doing the prior work, mapping the sectors, understanding the conditions, identifying credible partners, scoping the costs, modeling the trade-offs, so that when a political opening arrives, the architecture is ready to be picked up off the shelf quickly. Aceh Peace Agreement was signed in August 2005. The reconstruction blueprints had been drafted by international actors and Indonesian researchers years earlier. When the window opened, the plan was on the shelf. That is precisely what we are trying to do in Rakhine, and what the methodology can extend to other displaced regions of Myanmar as well. We are building the shelf. Next, last question. Yeah, next slide. So it is the end of my opening remarks. So I want to put down the script and ask you a direct question. As you see on the screen, as researchers, civil society leaders, faculty, students of Miriam College, what should the Philippines as ASEAN chair do on Myanmar? As the morning speaker said, that we have to be out in the field. Knowledge is not to be always put in the pen drive and PowerPoints, but it has to be tested on the ground. Should the chair convene a special envoy mechanism with real authority, not just a designated rotating diplomat? Should the chair host a humanitarian access summit that produces binding commitments, not communique? Should the chair build a track to dialogue platform with credible regional convening, perhaps anchored in a university like your one? Should the chair quietly prepare reconstruction architecture in case of a political window opens? Should the chair use ASEAN's economic weight to condition engagement on conflict de-escalations or some sequenced combination of these? We don't know. But we'll be very keen and very eager to know. We have a proposal we'll share with you shortly, as I said, but we will remain engaged to listen from you in the future. Last slide, please. Let me close as plainly as I can. Inaction is not neutral. Often we misunderstand this kind of posture. If we allow the camps in all these places that I spoke about to become permanent, if we allow donor fatigue to become policy, if we allow local integration in host countries to become the quiet substitute for justice inside Myanmar, then we risk completing the very objective that violence and displacement sought to achieve in Myanmar by military junta. The international community must not complete that logic through passivity, and ASEAN and the Philippines in 2026 must not allow distance to become indifference. I close with a line from famous Sufi mystic poet Jalaluddin Rumi, who is read, I think, in Philippines as well. And he used a metaphor that if you know, in order to produce a flute, you have to cut the branch of a tree. So when you play the flute, it actually longs to go back to its original place. And he simply put it like this: anyone pulled from a source longs to go back. I have heard it thousands of times when I spoke with all the displaced people. Folks, that longing is not a slogan. It's a political responsibility. It's a moral obligation. And if we join hands together from Manila to Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, Bangkok, and everywhere else, possibly it can become a pathway. Maraming salamat, and thank you very much.
This right? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Friends, delegates, students, my colleagues, good morning to all of you. I will not waste time. I'll just go straight to the plan so that we can have a good discussion. And more the questions, the better. Now, as Kausar was saying, we have a plan. And it's good to have a plan. Now, not that it's going to get implemented tomorrow, but, ideas can move mountains, as they say. Unless we have ideas, we can't really move mountains. So let's see what's the plan. What is this plan we are talking about? We're calling it Rakhine Reconstruction Plan. There's already been a suggestion that it can be called Rakhine Stabilization Plan. I have nothing against it. One of my favorite scholar or poet is Shakespeare. So what's in a name? A rose is a rose. It doesn't matter if you call it any other name. So let's look at the plan. Next slide, please. Okay, there are 5 phases of this plan. We are still in phase 1. We started last September in Winnipeg. We presented the first version of the plan to a good number of policymakers. We had Canadian policymakers. We had Bob Ray speak also. We had Tan Sri Anwar from Malaysia, the former foreign minister. We had also Steve Ross. He was one of the men who was in the drafting committee of the Burma Act and also the Rohingya Act. So we had a good number of policymakers, but that was version 1. Now, after that, we came to Bangladesh and we had as many as 12 stakeholders meeting with politicians, security officials, academicians, diplomats, including 2 with the Rohingyas. In between, we also had one stakeholder meeting at UCL in London with the Rohingya diaspora. So the version went with, series of versions actually. So now, literally, we have the 10th version that I will be presenting today. Now, it has not ended. As Dr. Kausar was pointing out, we started this journey from Seoul, and then we went to Bangkok, and then Kuala Lumpur, and now we are in Manila, and our final stop will be in Jakarta. And then we hope to have to conclude this phase, hopefully, if everything goes well, in October in Ottawa. So that's the concept note, the first phase. The second phase is the critical one. And this is where I think Miriam College can also join. And all those people who are sitting here can also join. This is the research phase. And this is fundamental. And I will tell you not to jump to phase 3, 4, 5 without the phase 2. Phase 2 is research. And we have identified 6 areas of research: agriculture, education, energy, health, infrastructure, manufacturing. Now, these sectors were identified via all the stakeholders meeting that we had. So, around 200 people probably joined this process. And so we finally came out with the 6 areas. I think this institution can easily join the education sector, which of course would include gender, which would include the curriculum, and I'll try to explain why all these sectors are important. Next is the phase 3. Once you have the research, once you know what would be this reconstruction plan, as I say, once you have the carrots in your hand or the honey in your pot, then you start negotiating. You cannot negotiate with empty hands, simple as that. So what we have observed over the years, that all the negotiations that have taken place, mainly with empty hands, and that doesn't really cut ice. You need to have honey. There is a poet, just to remember, there's a Turkish poet, Nazim Hikmat, and he said something which what all of you to remember forever. And this is the Turkish poet, Nazim Hikmat. He said, if there is honey in my pot, bees will come from Timbuktu. So you don't have to wait for the bees, but you must make the honey first. So what we are trying to do is to make the honey. Now, how do you make the honey? You do the research. The research phase will tell you who are the investors, what is the amount, people who are ready to invest immediately, etc. And then you can go to the phase 3, which is dialoguing with stakeholders, including investors, who are the investors who really want to invest in this project. And after phase 3, then only you come to phase 4, dialoguing with Tamado and with sovereignty in the Arakan region, with Arakan army or whoever holds the sovereignty. Now, in Kuala Lumpur, we had a very good discussion with the Chin community members. And when they heard about this plan, they said, we need a similar plan for the Chin community because they're having the same thing. So our entry point is the Rohingya, but as Kausar was saying, you can, multiply that and take it to the other communities as well. And then the final phase is the summit. I always say summit should come at the end. Summit cannot come at the beginning. But we make the mistake. We start with a summit and it doesn't work because summit should be the photo opportunity at the end when more or less things have, got agreed, and then you sit down to sign and start the work. Next slide, please. So our entry point, as I said, is the Rohingya. Let us see. But as I said, you can, use the same method for other communities in Myanmar. Let's look into the Rohingya persecution. Next slide, please. If you look at the timeline, of Rohingya persecution, it goes back to 1948. But during our stakeholders meeting, we came to know from historians that no, it can be stretched. You can go back to 19th century, back, way back. Things were not really good for the Rohingyas. But timeline will try to show you that how they have suffered and why they are where they are. Next slide, please. One of the key timeline is 2017 because bulk of the Rohingyas that you see in Bangladesh, which is now 1.3 million people, that has come in 2017. But it has not stopped really. If you look at the other dates, it has continued. The persecution has not really stopped even as we speak. Next slide, please. Now, just to keep in mind, Rohingya population in Bangladesh is a bigger population than Bhutan. Bhutan's population is less than 800,000. Here we have 1.3 million. Just to give you a scale, well, Bhutan took 60,000 years to become Bhutan, but the 1.3 million became only 3 months. And I tell the person who looks after the 1.3 million people, the head of RRC, who is younger than me, I always say, look, you're a bigger person than Bhutan's king. Bhutan has a king, but that fellow doesn't, no kingdom for him, but he looks after it's 1.3 million, now only 1.16 million, according to UNHCR definition. So keep that in mind. That is a big population, so it's very complex. It's not going to go, you can't resolve unless you know the complexity. Next slide, please. Also keep in mind of the Rohingya diaspora, they are spread throughout the world. According to my research, 19 areas. This is a little bit dated, but they're spread throughout the world. And there you can see a little bit of similarity with the Palestinian diaspora. As you know, the Palestinians are also spread throughout the world, and the Rohingya situation is also like. And there are a good number of Rohingyas diaspora. The elite diaspora, if you can say Rohingya elite, they live throughout the world. It's the disempowered, marginalized who got stuck in the Rohingya camps. I remember in our journey in Canada, we came to know that there's a famous Rohingya surgeon. That was not known. I've come across X number of IT Rohingyas in Germany and also in UK. A good number of them in Japan I met in Tokyo. So, through this journey, I also found that the elite Rohingya, unfortunately, they stay abroad. But the diaspora Rohingya diaspora is quite vibrant and quite active now as we speak. Next slide, please. Okay. Keep in mind, the question will arise, why it is taking so much time? It's already nearly 10 years now that they're living in Bangladesh. But they have been, thrown out even earlier. And why it is taking time. And for that, we need to get into the nature of the Myanmar state. Next slide, please. Now, Myanmar state is not a classical Westphalian state. That's the mistake that we do. It has fragmented sovereignties. Now, people take it in a negative context. I take it positively. In fact, I take it that this is more democratic, actually, to have fragmented sovereignties. How you deal with it. But point is, we don't know how, or the international community really doesn't know how to deal with fragmented sovereignties. That's the problem. The problem is not so much with Myanmar. It has always been fragmented sovereignties. Out of 135 ethnic communities, 8 or 10 have absolutely proto-sovereignty. They have their own military, they have their own flags, 1 or 2 have their own currency. So it's a different kind of state altogether, which, somehow the international community, including Bangladesh, unfortunately, really doesn't know how to deal with fragmented sovereignties. We only deal with Nepido. That's all. We don't know how to deal with other states. And that has become a problem. So it has a fragmented sovereignties. Keep in mind why the complicity. Next slide, please. Now, the first conflict that we see now is NUG PDF versus Tamado. Now, this is an interesting conflict because this is a conflict of the majority community. Back in 25 years back, they also had a similar conflict, but that time Aung San Suu Kyi prevailed that it should be non-violent, no militancy, etc. But this time it looks like they went for militancy and they have PDF. So the majority community got divided, the Bamar community. This was not the case, earlier. So this should be flagged in a meaningful way because this will help you to understand the next slide. Next slide, please. The ethnic armed organization versus Tamado. So you have at one level NUG PDF versus Tamado, but at the second level, you have the ethnic armed organization versus Tamado. What the ethnic armed organizations have done here is that they took the opportunity. They see that the majority community is divided, so they thought this is the best time to increase their claim, the territorial claims. And that is precisely what they're doing. Whether it's Three Brotherhood Alliance, the Arakan Army that we see, throughout Myanmar, the ethnic armed organizations also thought that this is the best opportunity to, get a bigger pie as much as they can. Next slide, please. Now, in the Arakan, the problem is really, it got multiplied because Arakan Army almost has 70% of the land on its hold. So you have a de facto sovereignty in the Arakan with the Arakan Army. Now that's a structure. You can see how complex it is. So at level 1, you have NUG PDF versus Tamado. Level 2, you have ethnic armed organizations versus Tamado. And then you have de facto sovereignty of the Arakan and the Arakan Army. So now you can see why it is taking so much time. So we really need to get out of our traditional way of resolving this problem and coming out of the, we need to come out of the box. Next slide, please. Now, keep that nature of modern Myanmar state in your head, then we can get into pathways. There have been several pathways to repatriation, and I'll go one by one very quickly to give a sense, and then we'll come to the plan that the CRRIC and Center for Alternatives and CIAN that we are working on now. Next slide, please. The first pathway that is there, it is still there, and this is the bilateral pathway. Bangladesh and Myanmar, they sat down. They also had a memorandum of arrangement, not even an MOU, but MOA, memorandum of arrangement. And they had series of meetings. I believe they also had one after 2022, but nothing has come out of this approach. But it is still there. The pathway 1 is still there, but it has not delivered. That's the point. Next slide, please. Then we have pathway 2. This is the multilateral approach. UNHCR got involved, and UNHCR also has an agreement between the 3 partners or 3 actors, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and UNHCR, for a voluntary, safe, and dignified return. But condition is citizenship status, freedom of movement, and security, which Myanmar also agreed. So this is Myanmar, Bangladesh, and UNHCR agreement, pathway 2. way back 2019, you can see, but this also has not delivered. Next slide, please. Then we have pathway 3. China got involved again way back in September 2019, and they thought that, okay, why not a tripartite approach? So you have a tripartite approach where you have Bangladesh, Myanmar, and China. They tried a series of meetings. They wanted to start a pilot project, but somehow it got stalled. The Rohingyas did not agree because they wanted to know the full scenario and also the issue of citizenship, but it got stalled. China still has the pathway. Still, they're very optimistic about this. Whenever I meet them, they say, no, it's still on. We are trying it, but it's very difficult. So pathway 3 is also there, the tripartite approach. Now, the interesting part of this pathway 3 is only China initiated a pathway 3. I remember telling the Japanese, why, how about you? Because you have good relationship with Bangladesh and good relationship with Myanmar. Why not another tripartite approach? In the beginning, they had some idea of starting it, but then it never matured. India is another country. Talking to Indian policymakers, I said, why not you? But no, we don't see a second tripartite approach. So you have pathway 1, pathway 2, pathway 3. Next slide, please. Then you have pathway 4, accountability. Now, this one pathway really made good progress, I have to say. This is the pathway where you have the ICJ and ICC and the Argentinian court. This has made good progress, particularly at the ICJ. They had 2 judgments, and those are unanimous judgments. And in those 2 judgments, the Rohingyas, for the first time in history, got recognition from an international body. And it was a unanimous decision. The Rohingyas were identified as a community. So that was a booster for the Rohingyas. I myself was present when deliberation took place at Hague, when Aung San Suu Kyi spoke. She was just sitting, on the same row, 3 feet away, and I saw her speaking. The interesting part throughout Aung San Suu Kyi's deliberation and also Myanmar's deliberation, they took the Rohingyas, not as illegal immigrants or as former Bengalis. The term she used was Arakanese Muslims throughout. Now, Arakan, as you know, is in Myanmar. So the term is a little bit problematic because there are Rohingya Hindus and there are also Rohingya Christians. So a little bit problematic, but bulk of them, Rohingyas are Muslims, big size of them. But since there are Rohingya Hindus and Rohingya Christians also, it's a problematic concept called Arakanese Muslims. But still, the point is, Myanmar agreed that they are from the Arakan. Accountability also made progress in the Argentinian court. There is already a judgment for an arrest order for some of the Myanmar government officials in February 2025. And of course, the US government also formally declared in 2020 that Myanmar committed crimes against humanity. So this pathway has made some progress, but keep in mind, the ICJ takes a longer time, maybe another 7 to 10 years, but even with the best judgment for the Rohingyas, there's no guarantee that it can be implemented because it has to go via the Security Council. And in the Security Council, you have 5 permanent members, and I believe 1 or 2 will veto it in any way. It will be a booster for the Rohingyas, no doubt, and it's the issue of justice, no doubt, but the accountability part, there is no guarantee that it can be implemented so long Myanmar state doesn't agree to it. Next slide, please. And then you have the pathway 5, which is reimposing sanctions. This also has become a little bit what you call, it's not working. The United States was keen in it, but after Donald Trump, as you know, he has a different vision of the world. He had made it very flexible. But more importantly, some of the countries never joined. Canada did not join, New Zealand, Australia, India, Japan, South Korea, China, these countries never joined. So this reimposing sanctions also did not work. Now, 5 approaches, all are good. I have nothing against them, or we have nothing against them. They can continue as they are, but we need to add one more. Keep in mind, all the 5 approaches are sticks, but any student of IR will know, or student of diplomacy will know, that in diplomacy you need carrot and stick. Just sticks don't work. Any student or any professor of IR will tell you that you need carrot and stick to make things go. So here we thought of adding a carrot for the first time. Next slide, please. Now, our theoretical or philosophical foundation has been Sun Tzu and Einstein, as both of them, as you can see, said that every crisis creates an opportunity. As a student of IR, I get excited when crisis takes place. The moment crisis takes place, I see, okay, this is an opportunity for an IR scholar or an IR student to make a difference. So don't get scared of crisis, because if there's a crisis, then there has to be an opportunity. And we are looking into this opportunity, how we can change things. Next slide, please. Now, the Q has also we went back to history, because a lot of people are saying, what makes you think that this is going to work? Well, one of the good example would be the Marshall Plan. Marshall Plan, as you know, got the French and the Germans together. They used to hate each other. They fought 3 great wars. Don't forget the Napoleonic War, then the First World War, then the Second World War. And in the Second World War, 66 million people died in 6 years. That means every year, 11 million people died. So keep in mind, that got resolved. Now they work together. If you come to Bangladesh, you will see they have an embassy under the same roof. And I always tell my students, if Hitler was alive, he would probably committed suicide twice by looking at, how the French and Germans are working together. Now, why it happened? Well, you have to give credit to George Marshall. Now, Marshall Plan, when it was flagged at Harvard, war was still going on. The official ending of the war in Europe took another 4 months, but they started the war 2 years before, when the war was at the height, because they knew that war will end one day. Also keep in mind, war ends. It may take 20 years, 50 years, or 100 years, it will end. Humans cannot, continue war. And more the world is getting globalized and complicated and sophisticated, the war you can't take very far. As you can see, even with the Iran-US war, it's bound to end today or tomorrow. It's a matter of time. You can't continue that. So George Marshall had it flagged before the war ended, and it's a good case. But, some of the people who attended some of these meetings were saying, but this is way back, after Second World War, with the Cold War. What makes you sure that it's going to work now? That you have a Belt and Road Initiative. This is also interesting. If you go deep into, I'm not going into the political side of it, but if you go deep into Belt and Road Initiative, particularly in Africa, you will see that some of the projects they had went through conflicting areas, and the conflicting parties agreed to those projects. So there are good examples where conflicting parties can join if they find honey, if they find that, okay, it's going to help us. So you have the Marshall PRI also as lessons from contempt. Next slide, please. The 3 are different. Marshall Plan disbursed infrastructure funding in the form of grants, in-kind subsidies, and direct loans. BRI is different from Marshall Plan, though BRI is called Mega Marshall Plan. If you Google, you will see the lot of research taking place.
Isa na mo nga ito.
Sorry. So that uh, uh, you'll find Mega Marshall Plan is used for BRI, which is primarily repayable loans. What we are referring to as Rakhine Reconstruction Plan is investing in public-private partnership. So they're different, but they're similar in many ways. Next slide, please. Now, very quickly, some of the areas, I don't want to go into detail. We have already highlighted 6 areas, agriculture, health, manufacturing. Next slide, please. Infrastructure, energy, and education. Now, all these areas were well thought out. I remember in one of the sessions that we had with the Rohingyas in the Rohingya camps, they all wanted to go back, and they were in their early 30s, very proficient. They were taking some what you call vocational training in computer science and etc. So I asked them, very ordinary social science question. Any social scientist will ask you that question. What do you want to do in the future? That is what we do. The social scientists work on future. So I said, what do you want to do? And one got up and said, I want to go for higher studies for Canada. So I said, okay, it's good, but what about your community? The whole 1.3 million cannot go to Canada. What about that? So 2 of them got up and said, no, we want to work for the community. I said, that's good. And then I said, okay, do you have a health policy? After you get repatriated, the next morning you have a headache and you need paracetamol. Have you thought who's going to give you the paracetamol? Have you thought of the medicines that you will need? How many hospitals? How many nurses? Have you thought about that? He said, no, sir. What about education policy? Have you thought of the curriculum? Have you thought where the books will come from, the textbooks? And I said, no, sir. And then I went on and on. What about agriculture? Where will the fertilizer come from? What crops are you going to produce? Where do you want to sell? Have you thought about that? No, sir. And then I had to say that you have to think. And then I was telling my own personal experience back in 71. As you know, Bangladesh came into being back in 71. I was just a class 9 student. I left my parents. I did not tell them. I went to India, Agartala. I literally slept on the pavement on the first night. So I had that experience. And I said, look, even as a class 9 student, we spent, at least others were very senior, we spent hours talking about what would be the education policy, how the history will be written, who will be the heroes and heroines. We spent hours of that. And so by the time, and it took, as you know, only 9 months war we had, but after 9 months, we were pretty sure how the history books will look like. We had the curriculum written, even for the primary schools. So I was telling somebody has to do this work because you will need it in any way, And if you can start now, the process itself will bring X number of people along the journey. So 8 areas, all thought out, but we are, open to ideas of adding more. If you think that no 1 or 2 more ought to be. The gender is very much in the education sector. And I will, hope that this particular institute would join in this pathway, in this research phase. And it's a win-win situation because even if nothing takes place, at least 6 volumes of book will come out from Springer. That much we can guarantee. So, it's a win-win situation. And you become a researcher, and not to mention, you join with the Rohingya group as well, or with the Chin community, or whoever got displaced, you join with them in this journey. Next slide, please. Now when it comes to Rohingya, we have calculated that not too many stakeholders are there in any way. If you look at the number of the countries, starting from Australia and ending up with the United States, I believe it's 20 of them. So it's not difficult to negotiate with 20 countries or 20 countries investors. You just have to go around and tell them, do you want to invest in health, in agriculture, in energy? And they don't have to invest in everything. And you don't have to do research in everything. When we went to South Korea, we had the same discussion in Kangon University. They were interested in education and also they were interested in energy. In Chulalongkorn, they were interested in food security, and there was other thing they were also interested. So you don't have to join in everything. You can just take whichever category you think that you will also benefit if you become part of this project. Next slide, please. So after you finish the research, as I said, then you negotiate with Tamado. And here I always flag that you need military diplomacy as well, because the other side is highly militarized. So just the civilian on this side and the military on the side, that doesn't work, because the military can trust another military as a civilian does, with the other civilians. So military diplomacy beyond track 1 can also take place. Track 1 can come later. Next slide, please. You also need to negotiate with ethnic armed organizations, including the Arakan Army in the case of the Rohingyas. And here, the civil military diplomacy beyond track 1 ought to be. We had some interactions with Arakan Army, with also with other groups, including informally with the military government in Tamado, informally. So you can continue, one has to continue doing that beyond track 1. As I said, track 1 or the government has to come later. After all, the research has been done, more or less the negotiation has been done. And then, because as I say, it's a very complex country you are dealing with fragmented sovereignties. You need to negotiate with other ethnic armed organizations as well, because they also have to agree. Just one group agreeing will not work. So it's very complex work. And that's the point I'm flagging. It has to be beyond track 1 when it comes to negotiation. Next slide, please. So what you need is to foster multi-track diplomacy. All have to join. So you need, of course, track 1, the government, but you need track 2, track 3, you need media people, you need business people, you need religious people, name anyone. So you need to foster multi-track diplomacy, because all are involved in this whole complex structure that I was referring to. Next slide, please. So the next phase is the research. And of course, the research team will also include the Rohingyas, and the research partners can, be multiple. More the merrier, I say. Even if there are 2 universities want to do on education, it's fine. I don't think it is going to benefit Myanmar more than anyone. So the next phase is the research, and you can't go to phase 3, 4, 5 without this particular phase. Next. Phase 3 is the dialoguing. Once you are finished with the research, then phase 4, as I mentioned, and finally the summit that I was trying to point out. So the 5 phases are well laid out. And once the research is done, I believe we'd be confident that we can have a solution, particularly in building peace in Myanmar. Next slide, please. And that's it. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, good morning. The thing is like, don't get bored now, because maybe Myanmar is a little bit far from here. Okay, but of course, many of you are from international relation background, right? So it might interest you a little bit on all the our discussion. My name is Ekapan. I'm from Peace Research Unit Group at Social Research Institute, Chulalongkorn University. But I just recently joined Chulalongkorn University. Before, I used to work with the Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies at Mahidol University. Actually, I had the privilege to work with many of my colleagues who are very good in who have been engaged in doing human rights protection and building peace in Myanmar for 20, 30 years. Do you have my slide here? George, did you send a slide? Okay. What the reasons why we are here together? Of course, like you can hear from Professor Kauser and also Professor Imtiaz already that what they have been engaging and what we have been engaging as partners. But the thing is, like, I want to emphasize that what we are discussing these days, because how important it is to promote human rights and peace in Myanmar, and also as the role of us as Southeast Asian citizens. And also, most of you are from the Philippines, and this year, the Philippines is the chair of ASEAN. And of course, once we talk about being a part of the ASEAN, you might have heard about the Article 38 of ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, right? It's about rights to peace, which is actually this ASEAN Declaration to promoting rights to development and rights to peace. It was announced last year in ASEAN Summit last year in October. So I had the privilege to be a part of writing what we call the thematic studies of right to peace. And that was initiated by Aisha. And sometimes many of you may think about the role of ASEAN, of how effective or how ASEAN can address these problems to the point. I can tell you that, that ASEAN Declaration to promote right to peace and right to development in 2025, that came from Aisha thematic paper of right to peace. I wrote it 8 years ago. And it was like, it comes to effectiveness like maybe 7 years later. Anyway, but it works anyway, So keep on doing. And as like our keynote speakers today already mentioned about like delivering, all these duties to your generation. So yeah, now this is it's going to be your role in playing this in ASEAN. And then why peace in Myanmar is so important? Because we have been trying, or we are trying all the times about like having peace in ASEAN. So peace in Myanmar is the peace in ASEAN, because we cannot leave one of our neighbors or one of our member of our ASEAN community to be suffering with a lot of violence and human rights violation. So then what I'm presenting today is about like some part of it is about the event of this series in Bangkok as well, and also some parts of our colleagues who have been, as I told you, who have been engaged in issues of Myanmar for decades. So this group, they call themselves Voice to Peace. Next slide, please. So then they're doing what we call the bridging voices to have like what is the policy recommendation. Currently, political and democratic issues in Myanmar include violence, military operations, intimidation, human rights abuses, and the use of heavy military force and equipment for suspension, and also various forms of persecutions. It still persists in Myanmar these days. Just only a few days before I came here, or I went to KL, and just let's say last week, there were several military operations for even like the bombarding, using the drone to bomb all the ethnic groups along Burmese-Thai border. So this is like what happened, not just only recently, but it has happened intensively in the past couple of years, especially after the coup d'etat in 2021. Why the coup d'etat in Myanmar is so important? I happen by myself to be the director of the Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies in Mahidol University, exactly at the same year when we had the coup d'etat in Thailand. And I know very well how the intimidation and using of this like unlawful practices, human rights violations can happen to us or even to me personally. So, but the situation in Myanmar is far worse than what we recognize or what we can imagine. So our research has been trying to address how we get democracy in Myanmar. And this question was so difficult for me because like I was struggling myself getting Thailand back into democracy. Even what we are at this moment, when we are discussing about democracy in Thailand, we had elected government, but a lot of, how you call that, like irregularities during the previous election shows that right now the rise of the authoritarian or the authoritarianism is everywhere. And of course, like in a country like Thailand, no need to say because this is everywhere. You breathe in and breathe out. You can't even mention about somebody there. You cannot even talk about somebody there. So then this is like there's no freedom of expression. There's no freedom, academic freedom in my country at all. I mean, we seem to be able to do something, but the limitation is all around. Okay, so all of this attempt to restore democracy and peace in Myanmar or in ASEAN bring us, all of us, to try to make what we call the policy recommendations, and what we are trying to present is to various agencies, of course, in Thailand, and also like for Professor Kausa and Professor Imtiaz, they are trying to present this into the stage of ASEAN. Next slide, please. So, either our goal is to restore democracy and peace in Myanmar, but there are a lot of things happening. Like it's not just like, okay, just relax, get back into this thing. We are from the same country. Let's get back into what we were. I don't know what we were, but anyway. So one of the things that we can do is to bring all the academics, practitioners who have been long engaged in the transformation in Myanmar to discuss on the very significant issues. What are those issues? For example, we are trying to address the migration and displaced people, the cross-border labor, human rights violation, state-sponsored violence, economic and trade, environmental degradation, gender issues, and also the issues regarding the ethnic groups. These are all the issues that we have been trying to address. Next slide, please. So our research, as I mentioned, that we call bridging voices. Why we use this phrase? Because sometimes when we are trying to restore human rights, democracy, or peace, the area is a little bit too crowded. Because like everyone's like, okay, we have ideas and we have to do something. And at a certain point, it ends up that all the problem-solving methods become our ideas. But it is rarely the ideas from those who are directly affected, those who are really inside the conflict, the violence conflicted areas. It's not the ideas from those who are really affected from the violence. So I was very lucky that I had many colleagues and friends who have been really engaged in the issues of Myanmar, who really can enter Myanmar. Of course, I know that it's like podcasting, but I will have to say that illegally to sneak in, just to see several ethnic groups, just even to talk to them. But that's the way we do. Okay. So we also have like a interview with like KNU. KNU is like a Karen National Unity group, right? And also like some groups like just now the NUG, and many of like those who are using the civil disobedience methods to fight with the junta government, and some of them also the interim executive council from Karenni state. And also we also has a chance to talk to people from Chan state. Like Professor Im Chia just mentioned earlier that there are a number of ethnic minority groups in Myanmar. Okay. So we are trying to use some theoretical ground, in order to formulate our research. So then we try to use the democratic peace theory. And then we think that the nation that is more democratic nation will less likely to abuse their people. Okay. Because we can experience from our countries, including Thailand, that every time when we have extreme authoritarian government, they trend to abuse their power more. And of course, in the authoritarian society like us, we let them abuse us too. Strangely. But we can look into our everyday life, It's not just only they abuse their power, but we let them abuse us too. And we teach our children to abide by what they abuse. And this is what's happening in many countries in ASEAN. And of course, like for Thailand, we really fall into this trap. So what we are trying to use the theories that maybe just like from hundreds of years ago that maybe if still effective, like perpetual peace or democratic resilience. But it is like we have to go back into the historical legend and the 2021 coup, the TAR. Okay, Myanmar suffered a lot of circumstances, even just from during the colonial period, or even from post-independence in 1948 after the World War II. And they had partial transition during 2010 to 2021 that they had quite free and fair election in certain point that has like Aung San Suu Kyi becoming the leader of the NLD. But then in that short period, short while, there's like a 2021 coup d'etat. And then that forced people to flee the country. Many politicians former government officials have to fled the country, and many of them activists also have fled the country. And why Thailand is so involved? Of course, like the Philippines is up the islands. You don't have really border neighboring countries. But Thailand, we have like more than 1,000 kilometers border with Myanmar. So then there have been number of displaced people move across the border always, all the times. And right now we have been dealing with this for maybe 30, 40 years or even more. So we have both challenges in how you call that, living harmoniously between Burmese communities. I mean all the ethnic groups of the Burma in that integrated into Thai society, and also those who are affected by the violence, consequences of violence situation. Because like, as I told you, they have bombarding communities along the border every day. Every day. And we can say that, okay, Myanmar is not a very rich country. Where could they find money to bomb, to fly the, the, how you call it, this like a fighter jet, or expensive drone, and bombs, because they have very close relationship with some superpowers. So they got a lot of sponsor or funding, and of course like technical supports from these countries. I mentioned, I talk about that later. But anyway, this is like how things are going on. And of course, like the previous election was, just only 30% of the people are eligible to vote. And then maybe even half of them went to vote. So you see, like this is what happened with the previous general election in Myanmar. Okay, who are involving in all of this violence, conflict situation? So, military council, like what Professor Im Thiers has mentioned already, after the coup d'etat, they set up military council which is actually is more powerful than the government itself. But anyway, the head of the government is the head of this council. So it's just like double layers. I think they copied this, system from Thailand. We did this before, and of course the military junta of Myanmar and some of, authorities in Thailand are very close friends. So then I think they talk to each other. So like what we are doing here, we are talking to each other as well. They are more powerful, but we don't have power at all. Anyway, we still have resistant ethnic groups. Okay, like what Professor Im Thiers just mentioned, that there are a lot of armed groups. All those ethnic groups, they have their own forces. Okay, and then many of them still hold some democratic value, even they are engaged in battles. And then there are groups that are keen on the transitional justice, transitional justice group, and also the groups that are working for building up the federal constitution. So these are the conflicted parties trying to engage. But the thing is, like, what is the problem? You are around here, even you are IR, but I'm not sure whether you're really keen on studying about the Myanmar. But before Myanmar got independence from Britain, all the ethnic groups signed one agreement. They call Panglong Agreement. And this agreement means that after the independence of Burma by that time, they will form the federal state, which means that they will give sufficient autonomy to several of these ethnic groups. But the father of nation, right? The father of Aung San Suu Kyi changed his mind a little bit to make it as a unitary state. So that's the beginning of, a lot of ethnic conflicts in the country, because if they proceed to be the federal state, so then that's another story, okay? But the thing is, after the interview of many executives of these states, these ethnic groups, this idea still persists. They still want to go back to that stage where they can set up, they don't want to have the independency totally, but if they can go back to this federalism, federalism, they will be able to continue with, like, being, Myanmar. So this is something we have to bear in mind, that, like, with all the negotiations or whatever thing, please try to mention about this always, because it's still valuable for future peace and democratization of the Myanmar. So, but in the global platform, they still rely on the United Nations, because a lot of United Nations mechanisms are still functioning quite well along Burmese-Thai border, even like UNHCR or UNDP or HCHR. I mean, everyone's still working very well there. I mean, as much as they could. ASEAN, of course, like we have ASEAN IPR or ICHR. We still, even, of course, like this kind of mechanism is big and it's very slow to move, but it's still the platform. Use all the available platforms to address all of these issues. Now, when I mentioned about the superpower. Oh, sorry, I keep on talking, but okay, you can change maybe like a couple of slides that talk about international roles and challenges. Next, please. Another. Okay. Yeah, just right now, please. Yeah. Thank you. So, when we talk about the superpower, like, have you heard about the scammer in Myanmar? Do you have scammer in the Philippines? You cannot say that you are number one. I was sitting there and I got already 2 phone calls from somebody with like very strange numbers, But anyway, in Thailand, on the average, we receive 3 phone calls a day. So I'm waiting for one more. If I get that more than 3, so then you can beat me anyway. So, but the center of the scammers that we are already having here, maybe all those numbers that calling you, they're best along Burmese-Thai border. You can imagine Makati city, right? That size of city in the middle of the jungle in Myanmar, not one, but almost 50 places that full of gamble, and then a lot of, like along 40 places in the size of Makati city there, in the middle of, so they have perfect internet, faster than ever. They have satellite mobile phone. They even generate electricity by themselves. Okay, so all people just like were, how you call that, kidnapped or whatever there, and then they could not leave. But these are the centers. So then the peace in ASEAN stop the scammer first. So all these scammers that you're receiving the phone calls right now, maybe they're calling from there. It's just not just around your neighborhood, but it's maybe from there. So these are the things. And you know what? 100%, I can say, okay, maybe 99% of all those places has Chinese involvement. whether China knows about it, I mean, China's government knows about it, but the funding came from China anyway. This is just all a scammer. But mines, I'm not sure whether it's fortunate or unfortunate that Myanmar is one of the top 5 or top 10 in the world to host all these rare earth items that you can use for this battery of electric cars, for computers, devices. So a lot of Myanmar businesses about the mining went into Myanmar, of the Chinese went to Myanmar and do the exploration. And the thing is, like, without any license, without any registration, without any the origin of the mines of the earth. So, and there's no, of course, no pollution controlling. So then it also creates a lot of environmental degradation along the area, along the Thai-Burmese border, inside the rivers and around the area. So these are the roles of the influential power. Left alone the involvement of Russia as well, because many military weapons are also employed by Russia. Okay, so that's why what we call like the gray capital. But the thing is, like, the gray capital comes mostly from Thai politicians, and I believe that this is not gray; it's almost black. It's no longer gray. Gray is a little bit too light for what is going on there. Okay. Anyway, the thing is, like, the roles that I'm proposing that Professor Imtiaz and Professor Kausu maybe deliver this to ASEAN to do the meeting with the ASEAN mechanism soon. Is that about the role of the border governance? We can decentralize power. That make the border governance, local government doing their jobs, because they know what they do the best. But international obligations, because a lot of people has to fled along the border almost every day, and a lot of people are affected by being pushed back. So we have to strongly insist that the non-refoulement policy is needed and cannot be compromised. We have to accommodate all those people who fled the violence into our territory. And then we cannot stop the humanitarian corridor. Even the funding from the United States has been cut in the past 2 years, but we still have to continue on that. And then we may have impose some sanction and accountability to the military junta or those who are engaged in the violence conflict in Myanmar. Okay. Thailand wants to be the mediator so badly, but we gain too much benefit. We is not me, all right? We means like Thai authorities, military. I mean, you know what? And the issue is broadcasting, but it's true. A lot of big, authoritarian people, they really prefer to move to the office, to take the office, to take their position along, because the benefit is too high, so high that they don't want to stay in the city. They just can go far away just in order to do that. But anyway, if Thailand wants to be a mediator, so then we really have to have the bridging, like what Professor Imtiaz is just saying, that between the government council, right, the state council, the NUG, and those ethnic groups, those ethnic armed groups, to have that kind of platform. And then we might have to facilitate the interests of, of this superpower, China, Russia, United States, European Union, and including India as well. So to start like negotiating platform. But anyway, actually, like one of my colleagues who is working on this, and of course, like this PowerPoint has been prepared by her, is that she's very keen. I mean, even all the structured institutions it's very difficult and not very and unlikely to turn Myanmar into democracy very easy very soon or easily. But the thing is, like, we still count the value of democracy that people are holding. So it's not just only institutional democratization, but it is the value of everyone, of all the people who still hold the value of democracy, peace, and human rights. So peace from ordinary people is a must and can be initiated right away. Some capacity building for everyone can really engage in the peace building process is always something that we need the most. We cannot change the government, we cannot change the perceptions of the authorities, but we can move by our own value of democracy, human rights, and peace. So this is what what the research is for. For those who have the PowerPoint, so then all of this research have like theoretical justification at the end. So then if you can distribute the files to everyone, so then they can keep on studying. So thank you very much, and wish that we have further discussion on this. Thank you.
Yeah. So because this is I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our colleague also, and a feminist icon in the Philippines and the region, Professor Aurora de Dios. Thank you so much, Mamawi Oyi, for coming with us. Thank you so much. I'm given now the responsibility to share the outcomes and also the aspirations of our colleagues from Malaysia. And the very particular and distinct quality of our trip is that it was led by our CSO partners, the North-South Initiative and the Myanmar Ethnics Organization, as well as members of the Myanmar migrant ethnic communities based in Kuala Lumpur. So there were two important issues that we raised during our 2-day yes. Thank you so much. And two things that they raise, critical issues that they raise. One is about ethnic tensions. So even amongst migrants, Myanmar migrants, there have been issues that were quite for them for the longest time have been irreconcilable. And they have pointed it towards differences in culture, differences in belief systems, and even economic situations. No? And another issue is the issue of misinformation and disinformation. And the latter has actually been used to aggravate tensions between and amongst these migrant groups. So I'll just do it quickly. Next slide, please. So there is also, amidst these intra-cultural, intra-ethnic issues, are the tensions that they have with the locals, the Malays, the Malaysians in general. And this has pushed them further to the margins. Next slide. So again, I've in the name of accountability and commitment, I am speaking on behalf of our friends in Myanmar. So for them, really, there is a recognition of points for harmony. They have mentioned that food, culture, their identity coming from Myanmar has become a way for them to unite. But then again, there are many points where they feel that tensions may arise. And this is, as I've mentioned, religion, culture, and economic situation. No? But these differences and tensions have not been systematically addressed because of the fact that they are all surviving. They're all rendered vulnerable because of their migration status. Whether or not they're documented or undocumented, they still don't enjoy as much rights as the local or the citizens, no? Another thing that was pointed out really and has been underreported, and this I think will be the added value of this session in the Philippines, is that gender-based violence, women have been rendered voiceless and have been rendered pushed to the margins. And they have been asking us, how can we address gender-based violence amidst the rising and already protracted inter-migrant tensions in their community? Next slide. So the bottom line, what do they want to happen? What do they want us to bring to the region or to ASEAN? Number one, they wanted a framework that will work. They wanted a framework that will be based on recognizing points for harmony and also pressure points that arise that lead to tensions. They also want access to validated information, not only on how they can reconcile, but also access to basic services and how this can be done more equitable. They also want women, children, persons of diverse sexual identities to be included in the data and to be included in the table when you discuss reconciliation processes. And that no one is rendered vulnerable when they are engaging in reconciliatory exercises. Next slide. Now, when it comes to misinformation and disinformation, this has caused much harm, particularly to the Rohingya migrant community in Malaysia. No? The issue about misinformation here is, though they have access to the internet, they have access to technology, there are no valid, systematic, community-based ways of verifying this information. Most of the members that have these technologies are also thinking about ways on how they can survive economically and socially. So whatever information they take, they keep on taking, and there is no headspace, there is no space even to verify. And this is why when they disseminate the unverifiable information, it leads to causing more harm, which leads to stigma and xenophobia, no? Particularly against the Rohingya migrant workers, migrants in Malaysia. Now, all the more, there is misinformation that is actually done more systematically and intentionally, particularly towards certain members of the Myanmar migrant society, as I've mentioned, Rohingya. Now, how do we stop this? No? Next slide. We need a leader. We need a system where information is verified, and if there's mis or disinformation that causes harm, that it is eliminated, exterminated within the community. No? That even the mindset towards people who are already being attacked should be from a mindset of reconciliation, from a mindset of human rights. But that is not the point at this point. And that xenophobia, which has become the root cause of this misinformation, should be eradicated. And how accountability can be set is something that we need to talk about much more. All right. That is from Malaysia. I promise that this will be a point for discussion in the Philippines. I know misinformation is something that is also rampant in the Philippines, but I don't know how we can, and perhaps we can talk about more about gender-based, gender-centered reconciliation that will help our friends from the migrant communities to really get out of this situation of tensions. No? Again, terima kasih, Chiju Timbade from Malaysia. So I hope that I did justice to my colleagues. We will bring this forward later this afternoon. All right, I'll give you now the floor. I know there's too much information, so there will be some Filipino-style icebreaker, yeah? I'll give you now the floor. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Sir Joel, and the speakers for the earlier today. Now, before we move on to our next session, let's now begin. Let's now introduce for our intermission to Miss Ivanka May Tiang, third year BS Business Administration student, to give an intermission for today's session. A round of applause.
Sound check, sound check. Okay. So this is Heal the World by Michael Jackson. A place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place could be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you'll feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there. Care enough for the living. Make a little space. Make a better place. Heal the world. Make it a better place. For you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel fear or dread. Stop existing and start living. Then it feels it always. Love's enough for us growing. Make a better world. Make a better world. Heal the world. Make it a better place. For you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Na, And the dream we were conceived in will reveal a joyful face. And the world we once believed in will shine again in grace. Then why do we keep strangling light on this earth crucify its soul? Though it's plain to see the world is heavenly, be God's glow. We could fly so high, let our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all of my brothers. In a world with no fear, together we'll cry happy tears. See the nations turn their swords into plowshares. We could really get there if you cared enough for the living. Make a little space, better place, heal the world. Get a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. You and for me. You and for me. You and for me. Thank you.
And I stop and say, alright, love is kind of crazy with a spooky little boy like you. You always keep me guessing. I never seem to know what you are thinking.
Thank you, Miss Ah, for a lovely interview.
And if a girl looks at you special, I will be
To our
awake.
speakers for their invaluable insights shared with us today.
And then you smile.
Of appreciation to be
And
given
oh,
by
love is crazy with a spooky little boy like
Peter and over the show.
you said something to stop this little game that you are playing.
Did you also
I'm gonna tell you that my husband is dying to say it. Just like a ghost, you've been a heart of my dreams, but now I know you're not what you see. Love is kinda crazy with a spooky little boy like you. Spooky. 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 Ooh, spooky.
like to the president is trying to use have their materials. Also, I faculty. You're also joined by Ms. Lea Guevara, campus resources. So I'm still there's nothing here. International studies.
So as we come to the close of this plenary session, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who helped make today's discussions meaningful, engaging, and deeply enriching. Throughout this morning's conversations, we were reminded that bridging theory and advocacy is not simply an academic exercise, but a necessary and urgent responsibility. In a time marked by democratic uncertainty, displacement, inequality, and widening social divides, spaces such as this become more than venues for discussion. They become spaces for solidarity, critical reflection, and collective imagining. Across today's discussions, one message became especially clear. Democracy cannot endure without the protection of human dignity, meaningful participation, and inclusive governance. We were reminded that women, children, displaced communities, and other marginalized sectors should never be viewed merely as passive recipients of aid or policy, but as active agents in shaping more just and democratic futures. As members of a broader ASEAN community, we each carry the responsibility of creating spaces where dialogue, collaboration, and critical engagement can flourish across borders. We are also reminded that an inclusive future led by women should not remain merely an aspiration, but become an active and collective goal shared across nations. At the same time, today's discussions remind us that the realities faced by the Rohingya communities and other displaced peoples are not concerns of one country alone, but shared regional responsibilities that call for sustained cooperation, peace building, and long-term commitment grounded in justice and human rights. I would now like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests and speakers. Your contributions helped ground our discussions in both policy and practice, reminding us that behind every issue discussed are communities, identities, and lives directly affected by the decisions we make and the futures we imagine. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the organizations and institutions behind this regional event, the Miriam College International Department, International Development, Innovation, and Sustainability Department, the Southeast Asian Human Rights Studies Network, the Conflict and Resolution Research Institute of Canada, and the Women and Gender Institute. Thank you again for your continued commitment to fostering critical dialogue on gender, sustainable development, and peace building. To my fellow officers, Raisha Balili, Althea Igliani, Gratiana Francisco, Morgana Villamil, and Isabel Almazan, thank you again for your dedication, patience, and hard work in making this event possible. To our volunteers and organizing team, thank you for the many unseen efforts behind the scenes. Your commitment created a welcoming and productive environment where today's conversations could truly flourish. And finally, to all of our participants and attendees, thank you for your active engagement throughout this plenary session. Your reflections enriched today's discussions and reminded us why these conversations matter. They remind us that academic inquiry cannot remain confined within institutions alone. It must continue engaging with advocacy, communities, and the realities faced by vulnerable sectors across the region.
As we transition into this afternoon session, we move from reflection toward application. Building on the insights and inputs from Thailand and Malaysia, we now turn toward a more practical engagement with how gender, sustainable development, and peace can serve as tools for democratization and regional solidarity. We hope that as we continue today's event, we carry forward the same spirit of critical engagement, solidarity, and collective responsibility that has shaped this morning's plenary discussions. To end, we would like to invite everyone to reconvene here at the Environmental Studies Institute for the afternoon session at 1 p.m. after lunch. Once again, thank you very much, and we hope to see everyone there.
Thank you, everyone, for being participative this morning. Let's keep this energy going until this afternoon. We had a long day.
And you can also check out our booths at the left side of the venue. We have a booth from ISOC, the IDIS Department's home organization, and a live barter booth that is facilitated by one of our faculty members, Mr. Raj Saragap.
This world I see.
Once again, thank you for joining us in the morning session and during Democracies, Gender, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Futures in Myanmar and Southeast Asia.
The rest of the venue should be served. I know we're hungry for a day. Let's relax a bit. So let's fill our stomach.
See you in the afternoon
session.
Thank you, everyone.
So distant, do you say you're mine? Yes, you say so. Now, wonder if somewhere things changed for you. Because when you're not here, I keep trying to tell myself that all of these thoughts I feel are all simply interesting. You say the same. Yeah. You say that you love me. You say that you care. How careless can you be? To leave me out here in the cold, cold air. आए यूं मुस्कुराए तुमने न जाने क्या सपने दिखाए तुम पास आए यूं मुस्कुराए तुमने न जाने क्या सपने दिखाए अब तो मेरा दिल जागे न सोता है क्या करूँ हाय कुछ कुछ होता है क्या करूँ हाय कुछ कुछ होता है
तुमने न जाने क्या सपने दिखाए अब तो जाने न जाने क्या करूँ हाय कुछ कुछ होता है क्या करूँ हाय कुछ कुछ होता
ना जाने कैसा एहसास है पूछती नहीं है क्या प्यास है
क्या नशा इस प्यार का मुझ पे सनम छाने लगा
कोई न जाने क्यों चैन खोता है क्या करूँ हाय कुछ कुछ होता है
तुम्हारे कुछ कुछ होता है आने लगा
तन्हाई में दिल यादें संजोता है क्या करूँ हाय कुछ कुछ होता है
क्या तुम्हारे कुछ कुछ होता है
तुम पास आए यूं मुस्कुराए तुमने न जाने क्या सपने दिखाए
सुनाए सुनाए तुमने न जाने क्या सपने दिखाए
अब तो मेरा दिल जागे न सोता है क्या करूँ हाय कुछ कुछ होता है
क्या तुम्हारे कुछ कुछ होता है
पास आए यूं मुस्कुराए तुम पास आए यूं मुस्कुराए तुमने न जाने क्या सपने दिखाए तुम पास आए यूं मुस्कुराए तुमने न जाने क्या सपने दिखाए अब तो मेरा दिल जागे न सोता है क्या करूं हाय कुछ कुछ होता है क्या करूं हाय कुछ कुछ होता है
तुम पास आए मुस्कुराए तुमने न जाने क्या सपने दिखाए अब तो मेरे जाने न जाने क्या करूँ हाय कुछ कुछ होता है क्या करूँ हाय कुछ कुछ होता है
जाने कैसा एहसास है पूछती नहीं है क्या प्यास है
क्या नशा इस प्यार का मुझ पे सनम छाने लगा
कोई न जाने क्यों चैन खोता है क्या करूं हाय कुछ कुछ होता है
क्या तुम्हारे कुछ कुछ होता है बेचैनियों में थे ना जाने क्यों आने लगा
तन्हाई में दिल यादें संजोता है क्या करूं हाय कुछ कुछ होता है
क्या करूँ हाय कुछ कुछ होता है
तुम पास आए यूं मुस्कुराए
the countries, no, that we see authoritarianism as somehow embedded already in that particular society. And it was also mentioned that right now, it seems like Myanmar is learning from Thailand. So it's like Myanmar leaders learning the worst practices, if I may say that, from the right country. So if the proposal is to make Thailand or push Thailand to be a mediator, how do we ensure that it would not deepen, no, the authoritarianism that is already very much embedded in Thailand and seeping it into Myanmar? So that's for Thailand. Yeah. And then I think I asked this to Sir Joel. The research team itself, no? Do you have any women specialists in the team in order for us to somehow also understand the baseline of the team, the research team, especially that you are expecting from the Philippines a robust discussion on gender and gender equality when it comes to conflict resolution. So we just want to understand if there has been any specialists already in the team working on the gender dimension. So just 3 points, no? Just to perhaps start it. Yeah.
Thank you. The phase of development will come after research. You're not starting with development as yet. You can't do that. You need to negotiate. And don't forget, in order to resolve this problem, you need the consent of the Tamado or Darakan, or you need the consent of the Myanmar state. Because it's Myanmar. Whatever you try to do, you would need their consent. Now, how that consent will come. So development, I think you jump into phase 4 or phase 5. Here, the phase 2 is critical. That's the research. In the process of research, the chances are that you will be meeting people, both from inside Myanmar and from outside Myanmar, who probably would be interested in the research itself. I'll just give you one example. In one of the meetings with the stakeholders, there was one person who joined from Myanmar. He stays in Myanmar. And he was raising this issue that the cotton production in Myanmar has gone down because there are no buyers. So there's no incentive for cotton production. Now, as you know, Bangladesh is very up in RMJ sector. We are number 2 after China, or Vietnam and Bangladesh are almost together. So we need a lot of cotton. If in this process, if Myanmar can revive its cotton production, then there's a win-win situation. Now that factor of cotton production was never looked into. So we would not know now what the development scenario would be. We need the research first. So that's, you should not jump to the conclusion of whether it's democracy or development. That's a much later. We need to make the pie first to see what are the carrots at one point of time. And the process itself is interesting because through this process, as our experience is, you will be meeting lots of people from different sectors who will come, including, I believe, inside Myanmar, who will become, because the research is fundamental. What has happened up until now, government sat down for negotiation, but they did not have a plan. There's no plan. So there is no incentive for Myanmar to take whether 1.3 million Rohingyas residing in Bangladesh or 40,000 Chin residing in Malaysia. There is no incentive for them. Why should we take them back? What for? So here, as I said, you need a carrot and stick. I'm not against the sticks at all. I think they may be, they may play a role at one point of time. So my point would be not to jump into carrot at this stage, and not to jump into a development, but get the research first. The second point, which Ikman can answer much more than me, on the issue of authoritarianism versus democracy. Keep in mind, we should not have one definition of democracy. I think that is the mistake we try to do. And we try to impose the Western model of democracy, which is not working, even in the West, particularly with Donald Trump. It's not working at all. Let's be very frank on that, right? So what is this democracy are we talking about? I think there are enough space in the indigenous sector, or in the word indigenous, where each of the societies had their own understanding of democracy. And that's the reason I was saying, when I refer to Myanmar having fragmented sovereignty, I say it's more democratic. From the West, it's not democratic. For the West, it's, oh, this is a chaos. But I say it more as a more democratic. Did we invest in that? Did we try to do something on this fragmented sovereignty and bring it up to the level of looking at it as democracy? And the point also, be careful of electoral democracy. Electoral democracy has not done the
down its country in order to maintain this extreme totalitarianism. But right now in Thailand, we are under the absolute monarchy. Place, but people. So then, once the people still maintains the value of democracy, so we still have hope. But what can we do in reality? The thing is like the weakest point of totalitarian is because they're ruled and run by individual. And the weakest point of human being is we have death as a destination. Everyone, even the most powerful one as well. Even they are trying to, send this back, to their ancestor, to their kids, children, or whatever. But death comes to us all, including them. So if the value of democracy still persists and people are still consider that our society is worth running under the democratic environment, so then I think we still have a chance. Okay, so that's how things could be. So if I can think of something else, I may be adding on later on. Okay, thank you.
So I forgot to answer the third question on women researchers. I'm sorry. No, the team has not been formed. We are asking for research, but in this process, women were always involved, as you can see today also. Okay, so in all the stakeholders meeting, we had women researchers all the different, even when security officials, we had women officials as well. But the point here is now we are very conscious that when the team will be formed, we will have the gender component, whether it's agriculture or health or education, all the 6 categories, even energy, the gender component would be there. So it would be engendering energy, engendering health, and yeah, some of us have worked on gender for many years, published a lot on women issues for years. So yes, the other point I want to, where ICPANT ended, I just want to flag something that we did way back. We surveyed 5 countries on democracy. The book is available, State of Democracy in South Asia, published by OUP. You can have a look. And these were 5 countries were Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and Nepal and Sri Lanka. 22,000 people were surveyed. I was heading the Bangladesh team. Now, in that benchmark survey, one question was asked to the people, what do you mean by democracy? Majority of them, 54% of them throughout South Asia said food, clothing, shelter. Election was 13%. A change of regime is 13%. So you can see, to the people, I mean people in general, even if you segregate, and we did that, segregate of the data, we saw that the elite probably would tilt towards election, but the non-elite would tilt to the food, clothing, and shelter. So I believe that would be also the case. I have no idea about, a little bit of idea of Southeast Asia. I think that will also be the case, that our understanding of democracy is very different. I mean, common people's understanding of democracy is very different from the elite's perception of democracy.
Any question for me? Any question for me?
Sorry, just now I forgot. The thing is like how will you check whether your society is free and democratized enough? Just consider, just try to read, just consider yourself in the morning and then ask yourself whether do you have fear to say what you want to say? You have fear to act like what you have to act. Do you have fear when you have to encounter with some critical issues in the society? If you have fear in all of those things, so then I think we are in the same situation.
I have some practical solutions to all the problems. That is, we need young people to think about and work on peace. So the place I come from, we have a number of opportunities. So that is what I'm going to explain. And it kind of ties into Professor Imtiaz's invitation. So you have heard since morning our ongoing project, Myanmar. So this is just one part, okay? From my institute, Conflict and Resilience Research, just Google it, and you have the website, etc. You will find all the things that we do. We hire young people frequently. You can go to a website, you will find so many of them. In a couple of ways it works. You might say, sir, we are in Philippines, how to, So there are ways to work with us. There are. One is MITAC Global Link Research, MITAC Global Link, just Google it. So this is a program funded by a not-for-profit in Canada. It has branches in all the public universities. They approach us, those who teach, that do you need young people? Do you have any project they can work on? From my institute, because we work on so many projects, we say, yes, we have a project. For last 4 years, I'm receiving one global intern, 3 months. They come here, work for us. MITAC pays your every bills, your transportation, your accommodation, food, etc. So you go to Winnipeg, where I am located, and you can work with us. visit our website, our team, you will see last 3 interns. Last one came from US, and this year I'm receiving one from Colombia, Dana Martinez. So you can try that track. If you're interested, contact me. You have my contact info, but you must understand that you have to fit in on the current projects that I'm running. That is one track. Second track is you can work remotely. So there comes what Professor Imtiaz is saying, that we will be finishing our project, but we'll continue working on the second phase of research. If you are interested to join in any of the components, shoot me an email. We'll connect you, because we are building a team of young researchers, and especially from this region, and that is why we are traveling here, right? So one of our intentions is to connect with you and see if you are interested in some of the components, or 6 components that we showed in the morning. And again, you might be thinking that, no, I want to really focus on women, peace and security, gender diversity. And these are all kind of built in every components, right? Because if you want to bring a feminist angle to any of the components, it's absolutely welcome. And most, I would say, importantly, our institute runs schools in refugee camps since 2019 in Bangladesh. And if you go through our projects, which is education, of course, these are only for female children in the camps, 12 to 14 years. So we are already in this field of education, and we are kind of also in this project, we are seeking partnership. Let's see how it goes. So you bring feminist angle to any of these components, and you are absolutely welcome. And we are looking forward, people like you. So you can do that too in one of the ways, and remotely you can do independent research and anything that comes to your mind. We are always open, and we are one of the very few institutes or research think tanks based in Canada, which actually is interested about Southeast Asia. There are not many because of very typical, location of the country itself. People are more, interested in other stuffs. But we are genuinely interested. You have met me, you have seen me, and I'll be here even tomorrow. So if some of you want to meet me separately, please come, get a group. We can talk, and I can answer your questions, etc., etc. And finally, I'll say that Canada is a very egalitarian society. We always welcome, diversity and multiculturalism. And many of your friends and families already live in Canada, right? So Filipino community is one of the largest minority community in Canada, I think after Ukraine. That is the message I wanted to give you, that, join and work globally when you remain grounded in your society. Okay. Any questions for me? Any questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, we are what Dr. Kauser, Dr. Imtiaz, and Dr. Ekapant mentioned. There is an opportunity for us now to integrate our voices into the policy outcome, at least here in ASEAN, no? You're also welcome now to integrate any of your feminist approaches, no? I believe that IDIS is one that is very much anchored on the feminist approach and the IR approach to addressing and to exploring the issues that are at hand. All right? So we are now going into our afternoon session. Can I ask the rest who are seated there to join us here, so that, because this will be more an applied, practical conversation, and would it be okay? All right. So shall we please? As I've mentioned, the added value of our Philippine leg, number one is that because the Philippines is the current chair of ASEAN, we have heard the voices of the ACWC Philippines chair on child rights. We have also heard the position of the DFA with regards to Myanmar. She was also whispering to me a while ago that there might be an outcome document related to the ASEAN position on Myanmar that might happen in the next few days, because the ASEAN Summit is actually happening in Cebu at the moment. So tomorrow will be the Leaders Summit, and then there will be ministerial meetings here at the moment here. All right. So you can sit on that side also. Choose your spot. Are you right or you left? There's no distinction now if you're right or left in this situation. All right. So just a bit of can you please show the next slide? Oh, okay. So what we are doing now is that based on your reading, based on your listening and thinking of the issues that were presented a while ago, I'd like to set the tone, and I will give the floor later to Lorna on how we will move ahead, and Dr. Mel and Professor Lorna on how we will move ahead. So the scope and the theme of our collective action, collective thinking and collective action will be on how do we reintegrate. There are already conversations around gender, but how do we reintegrate gender and the margins in this agenda to chart a lasting peace in Myanmar? All right, next slide. Sorry, maybe from there. No. All right. So what have we reached? We have learned, we have heard so much, and we have read, maybe through your readings, through your classes, that there have been ethnic divisions, there are ethnic violence that have happened, and the level and the form or the type of democracy has always been fragile. Whether or not it is under a military junta or under a democratic government, the complexities of experiences and of identities have made it more difficult to achieve what we conventionally know of is as democracy, no? But what is missing in this whole pie is really how do we now, as we move ahead towards democratization and lasting peace, how do we achieve and how do we capture the lived experiences and the voices so that democracy will no longer be business as usual? I believe that we have a meeting of minds here that democracy that we want is no longer the democracy that had taken place in recent past. Because mind you, also under a democratic government in this previous junta, illegitimate government, that was where the Rohingya peoples were rendered and were purged out of their motherland. Is that a democracy that we want? It is convenient, but is it really what they deserve? Next slide. So part of the agenda, and I think this is understanding really why people live in the margins and how systemic it is. We've seen that part of the agenda of this invisibility and of the silencing is really divide and conquer. So it is very colonial in nature, right? And it is easy to divide and conquer because of ethnic identities, of ethnic needs. Yeah? But at the same time, systemic oppression is fueled by the other identities and lived experiences and the cracks that are already within the country. And now we could see, based on the Myanmar experience, that the cracks also exist within migrant communities. So that being said, I think the ask from this group, as I've mentioned, this is a group that holds a responsibility because we are taking this to Jakarta. How do we make sure that when we when we talk about a democratic Myanmar and sustainable and lasting peace, how do we make sure that the voices of the already marginalized and and rendered vulnerable are included. This is why it is important that the feminist approach is not an afterthought, but is already integrated into the final policy outcome that we will bring forth to ASEAN. And this is why, particularly why we have done this in Miriam College, because we know that there is a framework, there is a space where we can achieve, we can at least take ourselves much closer to that major agenda. That being said, should I pass this on to, sorry, Mel? Okay, so in order to refresh everyone, I know that most of the participants here are students. We will have a 45-minute conversation around women, peace, and security by Dr. Mel Reyes, who currently is in Cebu, who is part of the Women and Peace Caucus, Interparliamentary Caucus in Cebu. Everyone is in Cebu, but of course, we will not let Manila lag behind, no? So what we're doing here is ASEAN-based, all right? But Dr. Melanie Reyes, because she cannot be in this space, had given us a 45-minute lecture on women, peace, and security. And I want everyone to take note, because after this will be the action-oriented part of our seminar today, led by Professor Lorna Israel. All right, do we have any questions so far? While we arrange it, can I get some insights from our group? Maybe I get 3 insights of where do you stand? What is confusing you? Is there anything that is disillusioning? Can I ask you? Maybe you can give your name.
Hi, everyone. My name is Priya Prakash. So, do you want me to talk? So far, I understood a little bit of democratic stuff about the Myanmar and the growth that the project that they're coming up. And the next, the gender thing, I'm kind of expecting to know more. This is my first time with students I'm attending. So
you are in a learning mode. Thank you. I'd like to ask Laha, who is my thesis advisee. You come from the indigenous people, no? So can you tell me from your lens, as a woman, as an indigenous person, how will you approach this next part of the session?
Sir, I really do think that it's really important to take into consideration the narratives of not just women, but also the Rohingya people, of what their narratives is or what their perspective is in democracy, so that we can integrate it into institutional and policy frameworks po, to not to attain the peace in their context din po.
So may I get 2 more voices there before we start our lecture? I want you to take out your writing pads so that you can, I will give this to you because you're in pink and you look like you are in an attire that is much closer to Myanmar. No? Okay, she's confused. So that is, silence is also an answer, no? So don't worry about it. How about the one who has an usherette? Do you have anything to say? And what are your issues? You can give your violent reactions also, no? Thinking. Marty.
My thoughts on the morning session. I think all of the speakers and in line with the panel, it really underscored the need for a more gendered perspective, especially in the Rohingya context. And that's mostly what I noticed. So
that is very important. I just spoke with a young Rohingya woman who is currently applying for our storytelling fellowship. And she was only one of 2 women who applied for that fellowship, no? And she mentioned that she lacked the ability to actually speak up, and she was hoping that the storytelling fellowship would improve her confidence much more. All right? Professor Lorna, are we ready? Okay. Do you have any thoughts about our guest of master of ceremony? Do you have anything to say?
Thank you, Sir Barredo. My name is Eduardo Lim Jr. Yes, I was the host earlier, but I'm also a student here at the Miriam Grad School, taking Masters in International Studies. The issue we see today in Myanmar is that one, it is sporadic, particularly done by regime forces. The question is, despite that we cannot be involved in this conflict because of the implications, because it's a war zone, we can't go in there. What can we do to help the women on the ground? What can we do to help the minorities and those who are affected by this conflict in territories both held by rebels and the government forces? And how can we make these solutions sustainable in making sure these are sustainable and inclusive for all sides involved? And I hope that this session will help us answer those questions.
Thank you. Ed is also my student, no? So thank you very much. Okay. Again, those are very difficult questions, but we will try to meet those expectations, no? So, are we ready? ¿Estamos listo o no? Estamos. Thank you. All right. We can have a 5-minute break. Is that okay? You can go to your to the toilet, and then we will proceed after the 5 minutes. All right? Thank you very much.
Simply buy Tic Tac and upload the receipt. Shake up your good vibes.
Good day, everyone.
No greater love than what I feel for you. No sweet song, no heart so true. There is no greater thrill than what you bring to me. No sweet song than what you sing gently. You're the sweetest thing. To think that you are mine, you are mine alone. There is no great love in all the world. It's true. Oh, you.
Okay, everyone, kindly take your seats. Also, kind to our ushers, kindly remind those that are still outside to come in. We're gonna resume in a bit.
I thought I'd found the man of my dreams. Now it seems this is how the story.
Okay, we need some of your head space and thinking space. So please, I'd like to now call on the Executive Director of the Women and Gender Institute, Dr. Melanie Reyes, who will be joining us online via a lecture. So it will run for 45 minutes, no? All right. This is on women, peace, and security. So we need your focused attention because she will be sort of setting the framework, the theoretical and conceptual framework as for the next activity. All right, please.
Good day, everyone. sincere thanks to COM, particularly to Victor Arlevi for this kind of invitation for me to discuss the core principles of peace building and the vital role women play within it. Today, I will begin my presentation with a overview before focusing specifically on peace and security agenda. I truly wish I could be with you on site. I'm currently participating in the Philippine government's National Conference on Humanities and Security. So it's really a privilege to be bridging these two important discussions, and I am delighted to contribute to your conversation virtually today. We all familiar with the term peace building, but let's refer to peace as the moment the guns fall silent. In truth, that is just the beginning. True peace building is the long, deliberate work that comes after. It is the process of building a society where peace is not just an absence of war, a presence of justice, opportunity, and resilience. So it's really a long-term process aimed at creating the conditions for sustainable peace and not just simply stopping the guns. To fully understand our goals in peace building, it's essential to start with the foundational work of Johan Galtung. We often call him the father of peace studies. Now, he introduced a crucial distinction that has reshaped the field, no? The difference between negative and positive peace. No? So when we talk about negative peace, it's simply just the absence of direct violence of war. It is a ceasefire, no? A necessary first step, but a fragile one, a very important one, as the underlying roots of conflict remain untouched. Positive peace, in contrast, is the presence of social systems and attitudes that foster justice, equality, and well-being. It moves beyond stopping wars to actively creating the conditions where people and communities can truly thrive, free from both the physical harm and the structural injustices that often cause the conflict. No? So it's this concept of positive peace has been transformative. Now it has shifted the entire focus of peace efforts from that goal of violence to a broader, ambitious mission, which is building a sustainable, just, and equitable world. So this framework challenges us not just to stop the fighting, but to dismantle the root causes like poverty, discrimination, and political exclusion to prevent violence from recurring. So just a quick differentiation again of negative versus positive peace. No, meaning the end of violence is what we call negative peace, but it's just a starting point. The peace we are truly working on is to build a positive peace, a state where people not only live without fear, but with dignity, equality, and of course, the freedom to access opportunities for the quality of life. So, more beyond the theory, the Institute for Economics and Peace has developed this actionable framework to measure and build positive peace. No? So, I think this is a very good model which identifies interconnected pillars that represent attitudes, institutions, and structures, no, which systematically foster resilient, peaceful, and prosperous societies. So these are the 8 pillars. No, we have here that it should have, no, a well-functioning government, no, a government that delivers high-quality public services, maintains political stability, and is perceived as legitimate by its citizens. So it's the bedrock of public trust and effectively policy implementation. So there's also this equitable distribution of resources to really ensure, that all citizens have fair access to essential resources or basic social services like health, education, economic opportunity. No? So this reduces grievances and social tensions that can lead to conflict. No? Then we have the free flow of information. No? So the presence of a free and independent media, as well as open public discourse, no, this really enables citizens to make informed, hold leaders accountable, um, fosters a shared understanding of societal issues. No? There's also this good relations with neighbors, no? So positive and cooperative diplomatic, economic, and social relations with neighboring countries. So this minimizes external threats and creates a stable regional environment, including trade, no, and development. There's also the high level of human capital, no? I mean, a healthy and educated population. No? So there's a need to invest in education and healthcare, you know, build in build a skilled workforce, no, for foster tolerance and equip citizens to solve the problems constructively. No? Acceptance of rights of others, so a culture of tolerance and respect for human rights, no, including gender equality and the rights of ethnic and religious minorities. No, these are some of the key indicators of social cohesion and resilience. Of course, there's this expectation of low levels of corruption. No? A society where resources are not siphoned off for private gain, low corruption ensures that funds are used effectively, reinforcing trust in institutions and promoting fairness. No? Then finally, we have a sound business environment. No? There's this expectation to have a sound business environment wherein regulations and conditions can encourage entrepreneurship, innovation, and productive investment, which will in turn create jobs, not generate wealth, and provides a stake in a stable future for the population. No? So in essence, no, these pillars do not operate in isolation. So they form a so-called synergistic ecosystem, strengthening one pillar, for instance, the sound business environment, often reinforces others like equitable distribution of resources, creating that virtuous cycle toward sustainable peace. So here I just outline here some key principles of effective peace building. So sustainable peace cannot be achieved through quick fixes or important blueprints, no, from countries or other regions, no, because it also requires, no, a deliberate commitment to this principles, no, which I believe is the foundation of all effective peace building efforts. No? So first is the importance of local ownership. No? So that empowerment in the community. No? Sustainable solutions, no, emerge when the affected community leads the process. No? So this principle goes beyond mere consultation to ensure that local actors, no, from civil society to traditional leaders, no, are the architects and drivers of peace and future. No? So it transforms peace from a gift given by outsiders, no, to a reality built by the insiders, no, by us. No? And second is inclusivity, no? Ensuring that every voice is heard, no? So lasting peace requires the participation of all stakeholders, no? Including women, indigenous community, religious minorities, and political opponents. No? So an inclusive process ensures that the final agreement addresses the needs and grievances of the entire society and not just the most powerful groups, no, thereby building that broader legitimacy and resilience. No? Then, of course, is the long-term commitment. No? this building is a generational endeavor, no? So it requires sustained political and financial investment long after the headlines fade, no? Okay. So the principle acknowledges the trust, no? Institutions and social cohesion take years to build, no? And must be supported through predictable, no? Multi-year commitments to prevent a relapse into conflict rather. But addressing root causes, no, we need to dismantle the seeds of conflict, no. So effective peace building must look beyond the immediate violence to diagnose, no, and lead drivers of conflicts. And what are this, no? This could be include the systemic inequality, no, the political injustice and competition of scarce resources, no. So focusing only on the symptoms, no, like disarming combatants, no, without reforming the systems that created the conflicts lead to a fragile peace, no. So it needs really to be to address the root causes of the conflict. Then a holistic approach, no, we need to weave the trends of society. No? So peace is multidimensional. A holistic approach intentionally integrates efforts across different sectors, including the security sector, political dialogues, plans for economic development, social justice, and even psychosocial healing. No? So these efforts must be coordinated, recognizing that progress in one area, for instance, justice, no, is often dependent on progress in another, no, like security. Now let's look at the core mechanism, no, the core mechanisms of peace building. No? Sustainable peace requires action across multiple interconnected fronts. No? So this core mechanism together to together transform conflict and build a foundation for lasting stability. So first is diplomatic and then the political, no, mechanism, which really shape the framework for peace. No? So this pillar focuses on creating the political structures and agreements that end the conflict, no, and define a new governance order. Includes negotiations and mediation, no. So this could be facilitated dialogues between conflict parties to reach a formal peace agreement. No? So this is a primary mechanism for ceasing hostilities, no, and establishing a new political roadmap, often requiring trusted third-party mediators. No? Then there's also this power sharing agreements, no? Political agreements that distribute key government positions and decision-making authority among parties. So this is a critical confidence building measure designed to give major groups a stake in the new system and prevent a return to conflict. No? The second mechanism is the security. No? It's on security, no? Establishing this a monopoly on the legitimate force. So meaning this pillar creates a secure environment by managing force and building trustworthy security institutions. So this include disarmament, demobilization, of course, reintegration. No? So the process of collecting weapons, disbanding armed groups, no, and helping former combatants transition back into civilian life. So with livelihoods and community acceptance. So this is the essential or this is essential for breaking the cycle of violence as well. And then, of course, we have the security sector reform. No? So this is the long-term process of transforming the security apparatus, no? The military, the police, the judiciary, no? To make it effective, accountable, respectful of human rights. No? It aims to build public trust, no? By creating security forces that civil the population, not just a particular regime. No? And then another mechanism is healing communities and restoring livelihood. So this is the socioeconomic, no? So we can have humanitarian assistance and development, providing the immediate life-saving aid, no, like food, shelter, thing, and investments in infrastructure, education, and the economy. So this meets basic needs and addresses the opportunity gap, no, that can fuel renewed conflict. No? There's also that healing and psychosocial support, which is very important, addressing the invisible wounds of war by providing this psychological and social support to individuals and communities. No? So healing collective trauma is a prerequisite for reconciliation and rebuilding social trust. No? Another mechanism is how to repair the social fabric, no? Meaning justice and reconciliation. How do we have that? No? So this pillar deals with the legacy of past atrocities, seeking accountability, truth, and that divided. Can you Yes, no, how can you unite a divided society? No? So this include truth, creation of truth and reconciliation commissions. No? These are office bodies established to investigate human rights violations and provide a platform for victim stories, no, and recommend reform. So they focus on revealing the truth, no, truth telling, no, to promote national healing, no, often in exchange for amnesty rather than criminal prosecution. Then we have the transitional justice and the rule of law. No? So the set of judicial and non-judicial measures used to address systematic human rights abuses. So this includes one defining tribunals, no, reparations programs, and institutional reforms to strengthen the judiciary. So the goal is to ensure accountability and re-establish a credible, just legal system. It's not gender neutral. I think that's the main point that I want to include in this presentation, no, or to make in this presentation is that conflict is not gender neutral. No? So the following data, no, reveals how crises disproportionately impact women and girls, exacerbating existing inequalities and creating very unique, no, and devastating challenges. No? So we can see here the statistics, no? The figures don't lie, and these are based on the data collected by international agencies, no? Such as the UN. No? So 185 plus, no, other conflicts, no, were active in 2024 alone. No? So this is the highest since 1946. 676 million women and girls, and again, historic high representing 17% and girls globally, lived within 50 kilometers of active conflict zones. No? There is also the systematic use of sexual and gender-based violence. No? So documented cases, conflict-related sexual violence surged by 87%. And that's between 2020 to 2024 alone, with 460,000 cases. And this was verified by the UN. No? So these acts are deliberately used as tactics of war, torture, and political repression. And a stark indicator of widespread danger, no, gender-based violence was rated as severe, extreme in 22 out of 25 countries experiencing humanitarian crisis. There's also deepening of food insecurity and health crisis. No? So conflict is a driver of hunger. No? We don't have 9.8 million food insecure people living in conflict zones. No? The nutritional crisis has hits the hardest. No, there's hits the mothers rather the hardest. No, so These include the pregnant and breastfeeding women. So there's 10 million pregnant and breastfeeding women face acute malnutrition. And there's also the targeted attacks on health and education. So 1,647 attacks on healthcare infrastructure in 2024 deprived millions of women of life-saving services, including sexual and reproductive health care. Education is also under fire. Over 85 million crisis affected children out of school, and 52% of whom are girls. And there's this invisible peace builder, the systemic and erasure from the narratives. So while media coverage of conflict sour, a mere 5% of articles focus on women's experiences. Very little, very few. Even more is that there's only 0.04% highlighted women's roles as leaders in peace processes. So rendering their contributions virtually invisible. This commitments, women remain systematically excluded from the formal arenas of peace and security. So this data reveals the picture of stagnation and regression, highlighting the immense challenge in advancing the UN's goal of full, equal, and meaningful participation by 2030. So there's a seat at the peacemaking and negotiation, in the formal peacemaking processes. Women's presence in the most critical peace processes is not only low, but it's shrinking. The proportion of women negotiators, for instance, in UN-led peace processes, 16% in 2022, down from 30% in 2020. So 2020 rather, sorry. So there's 33% in 2020, and it fell to 16% in 2022. So some key conflicts in Ethiopia, in Myanmar, Africa, Sudan, and Yemen on the negotiating teams. And there's also lack of signatory power for of women. So of 18 agreements, for instance, signed in 2022, only one had a woman signatory. So there's one women are excluded from the main table. The UN is making strides in its own support structures. So for instance, women comprise 43% of UN mediation support teams, a significant increase from 30% in 2019. By the way, these data are from 2024. So I'm not sure if there's a new data for this year, if this has changed, but if it is probably roughly just a few percentages. The local peace builders were also invited to brief 58% of UN Peacebuilding Commission meetings in 2024. So ensuring their expertise inform deliberations. So meaning there's this effort to include, to amplify grassroots voices and intervention as well. The exclusion continues in the implementation and sustenance of peace. So there's minimal roles in peacekeeping. Women make up of 6.5% of military and 15.8% of police personnel in UN peacekeeping missions. And the terms of peace deals continue to fail and grows, with only 1/3 2022 agreements containing specific provisions for their needs. So we see the figures, no? If sorry, just put this, no, just a reflection. No? If this is for everyone, the half of population systematically excluded from creating it. So women's participation is important. So including peace and security processes is not just about fairness alone. It is a strategic necessity for building sustainable peace. No? So their participation acts as a powerful multiplier effect, no? Fundamentally improving the quality and durability of outcomes. No? So they are seen as game changers. No? Women often approach security and governance from a different perspective. No? Prioritizing community well-being and long-term stability over victory or political power. So this leads to more effective and comprehensive solutions that address the root causes of conflict, such as social inequality and lack of basic services, rather than just the symptoms. No? Women are also seen as bridge builders and trust agents. No? So during conflict, women frequently maintain cross-line social networks and channels of communication. So even social bonds are broken down. No? So this positions them as critical mediators and trust builders between warring factions. So their involvement lends legitimacy to the process and helps to rebuild the shattered social fabric from the ground up. No? We are also seeing broaden the agenda for lasting peace. No? When women are at the table, no? The discussion expands beyond military and territorial concerns to include issues that are fundamentally or fundamental to long-term recovery and resilience. And this includes human rights and justice, no? Ensuring accountability for sexual and gender-based violence, no? Basic services, prioritizing the restoration of education, healthcare, and sanitation, economic inclusion, creating livelihood opportunities for all, including former combatants and well-connected families. Community inclusion, no? Facilitating grassroots healing, no, and coexistence. So by ensuring, no, these critical issues are part of the peace agreement from the start, no, the resulting peace, no, is more inclusive, no, addresses the needs of the entire population and is therefore seen to last, no, longer. Exclusion, women take other levels, no? So the banks, no, this process, no, demonstrates a powerful truth, no, even when women are marginalized at the home table, their influence is transformative, no. So they're operated as indispensable strategic agents, building the peace from the ground up, no, and ensuring it will be both just and sustainable, no? Similar to what I showed earlier, no, from the earlier slide, no? So, well, sending us principal signatories, no? Women shape the agreement's foundation from within the system, no? We can be as technical experts, no? Women lawyers and policy specialists were the architects of the agreement's framework, no? Meticulously drafting the legal language to ensure concepts of justice, governance, and human rights were actionable and enduring. No? So, and at the high level, mediators, no, leadership, no, the historic leadership of Professor Miriam no, in the Bangsamoro peace process, no, she's the first female chief negotiator to sign a major Philippine Peace Accord. No, it breaks the critical barrier and effectiveness in high stakes diplomacy and consensus building. No, so and beyond the negotiation room, women's collective power was the driving force that connected the process to the people. No, so women's groups and networks, no, they lobbied the MILF, no, um, the Philippine government, no, in of trying to embed visions of women's rights and participation into the political agenda. Um, there were those who lobbied for the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the BOL law, no? They serve as the critical link between shapers and communities, conducting consultations to ensure the agreement reflected local realities and building a broad, legitimate public mandate for peace from the bottom. No? And, here, we can see that when the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro was not explicitly feminist, although it was not explicitly feminist, no, the advocacy of women's groups successfully embedded critical openings for gender equality, transforming a technical document into a tool for empowerment. No? So there's this participation. So the principle of inclusive governance was strategically leveraged as the legal and moral basis for mandating women's representation. So this created constitutional level entry point to ensure women have a seat in the new political structures that they have created, meaning the parliament, Bangsamoro parliament. No? By securing strong provisions on human rights and establishment of a new justice system, women's groups laid the legal groundwork for future advocacy. So this has become essential for pushing landmark laws against gender-based violence and guaranteeing women's access to justice. No? The signing of the document, no, the comprehensive agreement on Bangsamoro was the finish line, no, but new starting point. No, we have been driving force in the implementation phase, no, ensuring the agreement delivers real world change. No, women within the Bangsamoro Transitional Authority has moved from advocacy to authorship, no, championing and passing no, groundbreaking laws like the Gender and Development Code and the Bangsamoro Administrative Code. So these codes legally mandate women's participation at all levels no, by instituting a women's reserved seat in Parliament. No? It's a direct outcome of the long-term strategy. No? And beyond the course of government, women-led organizations serve as the guardians of the peace process. No? So they monitor implementation, essential psychosocial support to heal the wounds of conflict and lead community level reconciliation, ensuring that peace is not just a political reality, but a lived experience for all. So here, focus on the women, peace, and security. No? Women, peace, and security is a framework that recognizes that women must be critical actors in all efforts to achieve sustainable international peace and security. The WPS, no, not now it's Philippine Sea, no? But women, peace, and security promotes a gender perspective and women's equal and meaningful participation in the peace processes. No? Is building and security. So this WPS agenda evolved from the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 signed in October 2000. No? One of the foundational premises of the WPS agenda is that for peace and security policies and practices to be effective, they need to identify and respond to the different needs and experiences of women and men, including those from marginalized groups. No? So the WPS is not a niche agenda for women. It is a gender equality and peace agenda that seeks to understand the differential impact of security crisis on women and men to ensure effective response. No? So for sustainable peace to be achieved, the personal experiences and knowledge of women in conflict settings need to be better understood, respected, and consulted. So just to show this, the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 outline the foundational framework of the WPS agenda and shape the 4 pillars of the WPS agenda, which is participation, protection, prevention, and relief recovery. Um, so this agenda, drawn attention to the need to fully protect the rights of women and girls in peace and security. And this include not only measures to protect women and girls from gender-based violence, particularly rape and other forms of sexual abuse during times of conflict, but also to have the strong protection of women's rights during times in peace, in conflict prevention efforts, and throughout periods of relief and recovery. So this WPS agenda is relevant not only to traditional security challenges such as armed conflict, but also to non-traditional and emerging security challenges such as we had COVID-19 and other health-related crises, climate change, and human trafficking. Effective response to this and other complicated security challenges relies on the capacity to understand and address the needs of all society to ensure women who are on the front lines of response are fully included within and leading the efforts to design and implement solutions. So the WPS agenda reflects a more expansive view of security beyond the absence of conflict. Again, relating it to our first slides earlier, to include the political, the economic, and social-cultural dimensions of security and emphasizes the mutuality of this dimension. So, understanding of security underlies the pillars of the WPS agenda. So for protection policies, for example, there is a need to support women's access to livelihood opportunities and girls' right to education, including during responses to humanitarian emergencies. Conflict prevention efforts need to consider socio-economic drivers of violence and stability in a way that is cognizant of the experiences of both women and men. So, again, just a slide on the WPS pillars and security framework. For the Philippines, to implement the UNC 1325, the Philippine government has a National Action Plan Women in Peace and Security. So this is the 4th iteration of our NAP-WPS. The 4th NAP-WPS is the Philippines' overarching blueprint integrating the WPS agenda into our national policies and programs from 2033. So it builds on previous plans, but is distinguished by its contextualized, localized, and targeted approach to our country's unique peace and security challenges. So we have integrated the 4 pillars of the UN Security Council 1325. So here for substantive, we have 2 substantive pillars. The first is an empowerment and participation, which ensures meaningful participation and leadership in all levels of peace building, security governance, and political decision making. So the focus here is to increase the number of women in peace panels, security sectors, and local councils. Plus, another substantive pillar is on protection and prevention. So here, we indicate the need to prevent and protect women and girls from all forms of conflict-related violence, including sexual and gender-based violence. So we focus on strengthening justice mechanism, providing comprehensive services for survivors, and promoting human rights. Then, 2 support pillars, which is the promotion and mainstreaming, wherein we try to integrate the WPS agenda into the national and local laws, development plans, and security policies. So the focus is really to localize WPS by ensuring it's a key part of the programs and budgets of local government units and national agencies. Another support pillar is the monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning, which is to really establish a strong system for tracking progress, measuring impact, and ensuring government agencies are accountable for results. No? So the focus is more on data collection, regular reporting, and involving civil society in overseeing the implementation to ensure the plan translates into tangible outcomes. But we have the WPS agenda, the WPS 2023-2033, and it is also accompanied by a handbook of indicators. So meaning when we check on whether the Philippine government has been successfully implementing the action plan, we will have to rely on the handbooks whether of indicators whether they were achieved in the first place. So what makes the fourth WPS district? So it solely emphasizes implementation at the local government level, moving the action national policy to local action. And it also incorporates or formally incorporates emerging challenges like violent extremism, climate change, and the pandemics through a WPS lens. We also use a whole of society approach. It calls for deeper collaboration between government, civil society, security sectors, and the private sector. More importantly, it highlights the need to include diverse voices, such as indigenous women with disability and former female combatants. Challenges, despite the women as peace builders, women continue to face series of interconnected barriers that limit their inclusion and influence. And these challenges operate at multiple levels, from the community to the highest political forums. Again, very common, the cultural and societal norms, the pervasive belief that peace and security are men's business, it devalues the women's contribution and exclude them from decision-making circles. So women who dare to speak out about their reckless violence and intimidation, creating a climate of fear that silences dissent and activism. So there's this lack of physical security. Women so frequently excluded from formal power structures and political is denying them from the platform needed to reach negotiation tables. So there's sometimes this tokenistic inclusion. So even when present, women often face tokenism. They are invited to fulfill a quota, but are systematically sidelined. Their voices and their influence are neutralized. There's also a critical funding gaps, a fundamental lack of financial and logistical support prevents them from participating effectively, as they cannot access travel research, for instance, or sustained advocacy efforts. Again, just say in context, these challenges are also confounded by a unique set of obstacles that create a double barrier to women's participation, especially in the ASEAN way barrier, the region's consensus-based, state-centric and diplomatic process inherently privileges existing power structures, which are overwhelmingly male-dominated. And of course, traditional views that equate security with military and diplomatic processes limits women's entry into relevant professions. So a significant gap or a significant lack of gender parity in foreign services, militaries, and national delegations means the pipeline of women qualified for officials role is artificially narrow. There's also the lack of binding quotas or strong mandates for gender inclusion in ASEAN bodies and processes. So this means that inclusion remains optional and not obligatory. So just some ways forward for collective action. Because I think for peace building mechanism to be truly effective and sustainable, it must be founded on a foundation of shared responsibility and strategic commitment. And this requires us to move beyond the rhetoric and into deliberate, accountable action across these four key areas. No, we need to invest. No, um, we must transition from ad hoc funding to long-term predictable financial investment, no? Meaning dedicating adequate resources to both peacekeeping, maintaining stability, no? And peace building, no? Addressing the root cause. So it's not, should not, because it's very critical to have to invest rather in a secure and our future, no? So we need to dedicate fundings for both the peacekeeping and the peace building. And it's also imperative to guarantee meaningful representation. So we need to ensure women are not just present, but are empowered with influential voices at every table, no? From that negotiations. Then we must also institutionalize a culture of honest and diverse documentation. No? So this means we need to systematically capture not only our successes or accomplishment, but also our failures, gaps, and challenges. Because these lived experiences and this evidence-based, no, approach is essential for identifying where we need to improve. No, be it if we were able to identify those areas, we can invest on it. For instance, investing in targeted training and capacity building programs, no, for stakeholders, no. And finally, to champion inclusivity, no, so we must have the courage to confront our inherent biases and consistently advocate for policies that are truly gender responsive and inclusive. No? So sustainable peace requires to continually challenge the status quo and dismantle the structural barriers that exclude marginalized voices. So in conclusion, we must internalize a fundamental truth. Sustainable peace is not a fleeting moment of silence, no, but a holistic process built on two non-negotiable pillars: genuine inclusivity and authentic local ownership. No? Central to this is recognizing that women are not a mere interest group, they are essential architects of lasting stability. Their meaningful inclusion is not a concession. It is a strategic imperative that leads to more resilient and comprehensive outcomes for all members of society. And what significant bias persists, they are not insurmountable, though through deliberate, targeted action and unwavering commitment. I think we can dismantle these obstacles and forge a future where peace is not just possible, but durable and just. With that, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the session.
Hello. Okay. So thank you so much. Let's give Doc Melanie Reyes a round of applause. So at this part, we know that some of you maybe are feeling a little bit sleepy now. So can we all just stand up and go home? Joke. Stand up. Stand up first. And let's just shake our hands. Like, just move around so that we're not going to be stiff. Next part. Because this is the next part of our program. So, yeah, and we'll have snacks after this.
Thought for once it couldn't go wrong.
So at this
Not
part,
for long,
let's get into
I can
Thank you
see
so
the
much.
way this
Okay, so at
ends.
this part,
He's going
this
to
is actually
turn
graded for all of our IS.
Can't we be friends?
Oh, nagising sila bigla. Yeah, finals. Because at this part, it's gonna be moderated and facilitated by one of our outstanding professor in International Development, Innovation, and Sustainability Department. And that's no other than our Professor Lorna Israel. So there's gonna be recitations. Just kidding. So, Lorna, okay. Since we're done with the conceptual part of our workshop, let's now go on to the application of it. And we're gonna have Dr. Lorna moderate us for this one.
Read from the shack.
Yes.
One man
Can we
is see like the story ends.
people
I let her turn me down. Say, can't we be friends?
8 to 10?
I acted like a kid out of school. What a fool. Now, see, this is the end. I let her turn me down. Say, can't we be friends? Oh, why should I care?
Na to. Ha? Yo? Sige. Ilan ba yung kayo?
You saw me standing alone.
8. Okay.
With a-
Ano nyo nga para hindi congested tignan. Subtract ng dalawa dyan. Minus 2 kayo. Table. Minus 2 kayo. So, to another table. Kasi kasing tignan eh. Itatol mo.
We close in only fast. The magic spell you cast. This is La Vie en Rose. When you kiss me, heaven sighs, and though I close my eyes, I see La Vie en Rose. When you press me to your heart, and in a world apart, a world where roses bloom. And when you speak, angels sing from above. Everyday word seems to turn into love song. Give your heart and soul to me, and life will always bleed. Love be unrolled.
So ilan tayo? 1, 2, 3, 4. So can you slide? So ito po yung ating gagawin.
You're just too good to be true.
Mother.
Can't
And,
get my eyes off you.
We're going to be a bit of future thinking to move forward some of the issues, some of the things and changes that
At long last,
has to happen.
And I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true.
And this time, you're going
And
to
take
use
my
eyes on paper to write. And just a quick
way down still. There's nothing
also,
else
the title of the session is
the
Seeing for Futures.
There's
Gender
nothing
Institute.
but if
The
you
basic
realize
is
that,
that
please let me know that
change is built. Empowerment without strategically and decisively under uncertainty, because these are the essential to advance the gender, peace building, human rights, and democratization in a stable, certain lifetimes. So basically, this is what we're going to do. We're going to look at the futures by identifying signals, drivers, and uncertainty shaping the context for human rights, peace, and gender issues. Number two is to design adaptive or flexible strategies that supposedly remain effective in different scenarios by linking gender inclusion, power analysis, and peace entry points, and do some actionable steps by translating these strategies into concrete, risk-aware action. So how are we going to do it? There are 5 themes or questions that every group will answer. Next slide.
just too good.
So the first is, these are the guide questions. So let's ground ourselves, no? From experience to strategic focus. So we'll start from where we are, our experiences, our observations, things that we hear, things that we don't want to hear. So try to imagine, what do you think are the current blocks or hindrances in advancing peace, human rights, and gender in Southeast Asia? And while we do that, try to see who are excluded, who holds power, and in your imagination, is there conflict, tension, or peace efforts involved? So we're making it generic because, this will diversify anyway, depending on the discussion in your respective group. The second question is to scan signals. And what do we mean by signal? A signal is a small change happening now, but might tell you how the future might shift or change. So the key question is, what small or big changes today can reshape human rights, peace, and gender in the next 2 to 3 years? So that's the second theme. The third, slide. Who do you think are the drivers of critical uncertainties? Of course, the state will always be there. International influence will always be there. The media will always be there. The civil society or non-state actors will always be there. But in your group discussion, who are the drivers of uncertainty change, or uncertainties? And from that, you need to identify at least 2 critical uncertainties. Example, will you be able to say that repression will increase or decrease? Will peace negotiations open or collapse? These are just some examples of uncertainties. And out of that, try to figure or try to imagine at least 2 plausible scenarios or what might happen out of that uncertainty. Also, for example, there will be more mobilization, there will be more youth participating, there will be more women being elected as leaders, etc. Okay? And then, next slide. Map the implications. So for each scenario, what do you think would become possible? What do you think would be difficult or dangerous? And what might be the entry points for interventions? And the last is adaptive strategy design. Guided by this key question, what is our goal and how do we pursue it differently depending on how the future unfolds? Clear? Wala na bang slide? End. So we will flash the slide. So all groups will answer the same set of question, and it will be exciting to see maybe the diversity or similarity of your responses. Yes?
No, I won't be afraid. Oh,
You have at least 45 minutes to do it. So we'll end at? Huh? Huh? 30 minutes. So 3:30? Okay, go.
Stand by me, stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, stand by me, oh, stand by me, oh, stand now, stand by me, stand by me.
So perhaps each group may elect your own facilitator or documenter to keep the discussion going per table. Thank you.
By me, oh, stand by me, stand by me. Whenever you by me, oh,
Fly me to them, let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon po everyone. So we can also have our snacks. So it's being served already here. We have pancit and Spanish bread together with coffee and water as our drinks po. So while we're doing our activity for 30 minutes, we could also have our snacks. Again, you can get your snacks already so you can eat while doing your activity po. So multitasking tayo for this afternoon din. Thank you po.
And the dawn. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. song. Let me sing for you. The words. Put your hand on my shoulder. Hold me. Squeeze me so tight. Show that you love me too. Put your lips next to me. Won't you kiss me once? Say that love's again, you just can't win. If it's a way, I'll find it someday. It's fun, rushing. Put your hand on my shoulder. Whisper in my ear. Words I want to hear. Tell me. Tell me. To put your hand. Words I want to hear. Put your more shoulder. When marimba rhythms start to play, dance with me, make me sway. Like a lazy ocean hugs the shore, hold me close, sway me more. Like a flower bending in the breeze, bend with me, sway with please. When we dance, you have a way with me. Stay with me, sway with me. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only. Only you have the magic.
They walked off the water with the books in their hand, saying, show us the rivers, please show us the land. And we, with the hearts of the warm summer sun, we welcomed the strangers, we didn't see the gun. They wrote in their diaries, they measured the stone, they smiled at our children, they sat in our home. We offered them water, We offered them bread, but they were counting the gold underneath where we tread. It was psychological warfare, dressed up as a friend. The beginning of the story, we didn't know then. The explorer mapped the mountain and the mineral. The missionary mapped the spirit and the mind. The merchant mapped the market and the capital, and left the freedom of our fathers far behind. They told us while they were down in the dirt, taking everything. They said, turn the other cheek, let go the promised land. Close our eyes, pray, and they close his hand. No, the ancestors didn't fail. By grace, the warrior smile for a people. Folks could even say amen. Change for already on the rest of the men. God loves you, they whisper. Just love all your folks. While the mercenaries waited to conquer the roads. Don't worry about the earth. But we stand at the top. You were waiting for the trumpet, waiting for the cloud, while the cannons in the harbor started blasting out loud. We were gunned down by a quiet deceit, betrayed by the hospitality we laid at their feet. They took our forgiveness, they took our embrace, and used it as a weapon to conquer the race. The explorer mapped the mountain and the mineral. The missionary mapped the spirit and the mind. The merchant mapped the market and the capital, and left the freedom of our fathers far behind. They told us, look up to that. While they were down in the dirt, they said, turn the other cheek. We closed our eyes to pray. The ancestors didn't pray. But they brought a war in a smile. Before we could even say amen. Chains were already on the wrist of the man. So dry your tears for the elders, they fought in the dark. They didn't know the diary was leaving a mark. But we have the history, we have the sight. We know how the shadows operate in the light. If we see the blueprint of how it was done, if we see the shadow of the incoming gun, and we still let still let the light, and we are the best, we are the best. Dear diary, tonight I was shaking hands. You cried like the tears I never had. I hear my past notes softly at my door. whispers of the girl I was before. I tried to hide yesterday's rain, but her shadow still knows my name. And everyone called him to my skin. Story of what I've been. If time were here, we wouldn't understand. I was just a child without a name. Today beside my name, I am not the ashes, I am the flame. Every scar is proof I survived the fall. I'm still standing, still rising through it all. Here we are, oh, tomorrow, open your sky for me. I am becoming who I'm meant to be. Dear diary, the mirror tells the truth. I see both the woman and the youth. Every scar is a sentence I can read. Every silence echoes what I need. I can run as fast, building walls that till I hold on to fragile hope inside. A quiet voice says I survive. If I forgive the girl I used to be, maybe I can finally be. Yesterday inside my name, I am not the action, I am the flame. Every star is full of survive. Oh, I'm still standing, still rising through it all. Hear me out, break free. Oh, tomorrow, open your sky for me. I am becoming who I'm meant to be. Tonight I choose to fight. I'll turn my lips into my angel girl. I was is not mine. She's just a chapter I outgrew, my friend. I feel tomorrow calling out my name. Not with you, not with shame, but with open skies and sovereignty. A brand new chance to live again. I am more than one. Inside my name, I love the action. I am the thing. I am becoming who I meant to be. Dear diary, if I read this someday, tell the girl who wrote these words she found her way. It is well with my soul. It is well. It is well. It is well with my soul. I will never fail. It is well with my soul. It is well. I lift my eyes. It is well. I don't decide. It is well. No fear, no change, keep in control, keep in control. It is well, it is well. I know wherever we go, I can see it, my soul. It is well with my soul. My soul.
It is well.
It is well. It is well. It is well. It is well with my soul. It is well. It is well. So it is well. 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 So it is well. 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 If you bite the finger where the finger you, how I want it to transfer. And you dey feel my love, if they enter you, how you come they do younger. Say, show you true love, you know be touch. Because you too fine, you know really control. I give you all the love you go ask for. Cause you too fine, like two people me. Prove my love. I want to show my love. I to show my love. I to show my love. Baby, all I know. You make me salivate. Your beauty draw me close like I wait you from Ogun State. No more letting any girl into my heart I close the gate. Cause now you they give me peace of mind. Oh. You show you true love, you know be touch. Because you too fine, you know really control. I give you all the love you go ask for more. Cause you too fine like two people me. I prove my I want to show my love. I just show my love. I just show my love. Baby, all I know.
I like what gives you come back, baby. I can see that you feel in me too. But I feel what it feels to be in love with you. I be there whenever I see you. But they do when I want you. It's your baby that knock your ass in all those if you know about you. It's your cash now, I'm saving and I go on to do without you. I do it. I don't Well, I call up my money, cause you are making me happy tonight. If you believe when I call you your body, then there is nothing to worry for now. It's fine. Everybody thinks you do. Everybody thinks you come like baby. I can see that you feeling me too. I will stay by you. But you do what I hug you. It's your baby that left your dancing. All those if you don't about you. See who I'm go back and go change. I'm right around. Go like so it's like carry on and dream. Only the king of club tonight. I'm a big in a dangerous looking as my son. So show me the chance. Can you know if you want no promise? I don't want to take me oh, can you oh, buddy. That's all right, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm saying, we gotta go away. Can you blow my
Lose my breath in your arms. Don't forget. C'est plus qu'on a vrai. Il a vu une copine, je crois qu'il a flashé. Je crois que mon père t'a demandé la fessée. Tu comptes la fessée. J'ai vu qu'on a vrai. Trop tard, trop tard. Tu es trop loin. Trop tard, trop tard. C'est bas, mais t'en veux encore. Tu veux la plus fraîche.
See the devil at sunset in every place, in every face.
Yeah. Dear, she's the kind of life. Even if she acts like she don't want the life. But if you do it, yeah, she lives the life. She calls out paparazzi, then she acts surprised. Oh, I don't think she just want fame. I don't think Even if the days running, but in the biggest place. Ooh, it's like she begging on the knees. That's a dream. Feeling you want. Silence all. How you love just everybody scream. She means scream. Never be free. We was out on me. We was out on me. Daddy fuck on me, she don't. Daddy fuck on me, she don't. I know that you're scheming. Taps on fire. Spend my whole life running from your flashing lights. It's alright. You can take my soul without a fucking fight. Oh, oh, I know. She just wants to fame. I know. Even say it's on but at nothing space. Ooh, she it's all she knows. Begging on her knees. That's a dream. Kill anyone. Sell her soul. How you love just everybody speak. She mainstream. Never be free. We on top of me, we on top of her. We on top of me, we on top of her. Shawty fuck on me, she pop. Shawty fuck on me, she pop. We on top of me, we on top of me. Shawty fuck on me, she pop. Shawty fuck on me, she pop. It bring me, we on top of me, top. Shawty fuck on me, she pop. She ain't that 20 now. She can never be broke. She'll never get off. On her knees. That's a dream. Kill anyone. Sell her soul. How you just everybody speak. She mainstream. She got never be free. For a free ride. You to show me a real good time for the rainfall. At least you showed me the thing. It's coming down on me. Water like misery.
Wrap up your outfits. No pressure. Guys, again, we're announcing as well that after we're done with our outfits, we're gonna paste it on the available panel boards. And then after that, we're gonna have a gallery walk session. And that's literally the end of our program after a short photo opportunity. Again, can I have everyone's attention so you guys can acknowledge the announcement? Quickly, um, you have 5 more minutes to do the wrap up of your outputs, and then after that, you can paste it on any available panel boards. And then after that, we're gonna have a gallery walk session where you guys can check the outputs out. No more presentation na, no more reporting. So literally just read each other's output, and then after that, we're gonna have a quick photo opportunity, and we can all go home. After, of course, an attendance exit, you just have to accomplish an exit for your attendance. But that's about it. So thank you. We'll start collecting your papers around 3:42. Again, 3:42 p.m. Thank you.
Information now, say love me. Information now, say love me. Information now. Turns out I had you turned out. What's my mood? I need come find out. One more time. Stop trying to read my mind. I'm not her and she's not me and you're not. No, yeah, but me. He's on fire. Well, it's time for us. He says that you gotta. They say love me, unconditional. They say love me, unconditional. Me, unconditional. They say love me, unconditional. Dark way, soft making, try to win up with it's like crazy. Random chase this, you want to me, you want to say it. They say love me, unconditional. Say love me, unconditional. Oh, I can spend it all, but still fall for me. You come in with baggage, it's costing me. Still don't have it all, but give it all to me. Come and turn me on, but go off for me. Love you every minute. He's on fire. Well, it's time to cross the pieces that you gotta. They say love me unconditional. 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 They say love me. Dark way, soft making, try to not way, it's like crazy. Random chase this, you want to see me, you want to see me. Say love me unconditional. Say love me unconditional. Okay, last 2 minutes. Please can you say love me? Your information now. We say love me. 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 Say it fast, but I love the drama. But you know it's coming.
We have already won the center here. Hashtag stay and so we're waiting for
You keep on pushing my buttons and do with me you leveled up, yeah, it's true. Now somebody you don't want to lose. You're just a I ain't trying I ain't thinking about you. I'm thinking about you. Because I should throw it away. I ain't thinking about you. Ooh, it's like I ain't trying. I ain't thinking about you. I'm thinking about you. I should throw it away. I ain't thinking about you. Ooh. I'm going out my own time. You told me I don't mind. That's fine. That's fine. Your mom friends in the backseat. But it's a club in a taxi. Oh, no. Oh, you keep on pushing my buttons into it's me the level up, yeah, it's true. Now somebody you don't want to lose. You're just a I ain't trying I ain't thinking about you. I'm thinking about you. I should know it. I ain't thinking about you. You're just a I ain't trying I ain't thinking about you. I'm thinking about you. I should throw it away. I ain't thinking about you. I love the jungle. Time, but you know it's coming. You're the one's like calling me, but I ain't the problem. You're just stuck. Are you thinking about you? I'm thinking about you. Love is a thing. I should throw it on. I'm thinking about you. I'm just I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about you. Love is a to throw it on. I'm thinking about you. Don't love the drama. Excellent.
Again, time's up, girls. We have to, stick to our time as well because we have to clean the venue pa after this. So, please post your works na on the panel boards. Ito na lang yung group na last. Guys, kamusta?
I live my day as if it was the last. Live my day as if there was no past. Doing it all night, all summer. Doing it the way I wanna. Yeah, I'm taking my heart out till the dawn. But I won't be done when morning comes. Doing it all night, all summer. Gonna spend it like no other. It was a crush, but I couldn't get enough.
Okay,
It
so
was
now,
a rush, but I
our
gave
team is
it up.
posting the group works of the last group. May we all call everyone for the last photo opportunity of the day. Again, before we have our gallery walk, let's just have a quick photo opportunity. And then after that, after the gallery walk, we can just exit the venue as well. So, kindly, girls, ano na, photo opportunity. So, kindly come forward.
It was a crush. I kept saying I'ma stay in touch. But that thing went bust. So I gave it up.
Calling everybody
No tricks, no
for the photo op.
just
The
barely
photo op. And we have our special guest from. Yes, you will. And you will say something.
Hello, I still waters running dry. Gotta get back in the groove. I ain't never heard it. Hello, what matters is enough. Getting right back in the mood. I live my day as if it was the last. Live my day as if it was no past. Doing it all night, all night. Doing it the way I wanna. I'm a day my heart out to the dawn, but I won't be done. Doing it all night, all night. Gonna
If you can
spend
please
it like
just
no
describe
other.
words.
One chance to make it. Taking down ones and then now I found another. Just like giving me a rush. Had one chance to make me rush. Taking down ones and then this tear is very overwhelming. I wonder how this is the first hour and speak in front of us. I can feel Live my day as if it was the last. Live my day as if it was no past. Doing it all night, all summer. Doing it the way I wanna. I'm going from hard out to the dawn, but I won't be down when morning comes. Doing it all night, all summer. Gonna spend it like no other. I found another. Like giving me like one chance to make it sweet. Taking off one to difference. Now I found another. Like giving me like one chance to make it blush. Taking off one to
And then you put us on spot.
In motion. With the mom's adoration foundation, a special part of creation. See the one going through frustration.
She works the night,
by the water. She's gone astray, so far away from her father's daughter. She just wants a life for a baby. All on her own, no one will come. She's got to save him. She tells him, ooh, love, no one's ever gonna hurt you, love. I'm gonna give you all of my love. Nobody matters like you. She tells him your life ain't gonna be nothing like my life. You're gonna grow and have a good life. I'm gonna do what I got to do. So you rock the bye, baby. So you call me. Somebody's got you rock the bye, baby. I'm gonna rock you rock the bye.
Please come.
Single man, what you doing out there? Facing the hard life without no fear.
I want to
That we
stand.
can know that.
So the others can sit naman yun lang siguro. Sige.
Like a bullet, flying too fast, I couldn't catch it. Heart in my casket. You always knew it. Starting all the main attraction. That camera's flashing. Like, you got everybody's dancing, just saying. Seeing too. You can have anyone else you wanna do. I'm begging you. Hands up, everything up. Everything up, hands up, everything up. Rock, rock, wonderful love. Everything up, rock, rock, everything up. So, you can have anyone else you wanna do. I'm begging you. Hands up, everything up. Everything up, hands up, everything up. I bet you taste just like the summer under the cover. Me in the middle, overprotective of my lover. You made me want it. Like, you know that this fantasy's come true. What to do? You can have anything else you wanna do, but I'm begging you. Hands up, everything up. Everything up, hands up, everything up. Rock, rock, wonderful love. Everything up, rock, rock, everything up. So, you can have anyone else you wanna do. I'm begging you. Hands up, everything up. Everything up, hands up, everything up.
Thank you so much.
So, you can have anyone else you wanna do. I'm begging you. Hands up, everything up. Everything up, hands up, everything up.
I'm gonna about the same. I just feel that second man. I'm just taking your mother's day. I look at the devil in that. We will get my fucking move. We're still in the middle of the pants. What's the day? Not on the track. Oh, this way you went now. Let me see your hand. She's a dojo pull that trumps in my tank. Second, if you come, you're the meanest thing. I could cut them what I do. For Ned. So now you know that I got you on my back. I go, you Michael Youngker, from a mission, see me take. That's what that left on the touch your much about touch your part of the party. No, putting how to go, was a damn much. I'm gonna say my put your head on your journey, not bill. Show my phone, don't tell me so tickle shit on this so fast. Second, if you die, putting that is saying, young, the more you really. Well, now you know that I'm a I got to eat from my mouth. I'm going young generation on that world today. Marco young cook.
When it feels right, stop trying, baby, listen. Know how when it feels like. Don't play me like the red
For
one.
our last reminders for today, please practice for your way go, clean as you go. To make sure that you check all of your things, that you won't leave anything, and clean up after. The attendance form for the afternoon session will be sent via email. And if you answer the afternoon session attendance form, you get an e-certificate. Yay! So, when you send dapat yung email yung attendance form for the afternoon session. Sino yung nag-send doon? Okay, once again, we remind everyone to clean up after and to check all of your things. Thank you very much for joining us for today's session and take care. Goodbye, everyone.
And I know something else. Oh, I know you wanna take my hands, so come on and dance. God bless the sweet girls, God bless the dream girls, God bless the queen girls that tell the other cheat girls, God bless the free girls. And yes, God bless even the mean girls.
girls. Yes, even the mean girls says yes. You might not give me my respect. Yes, you might shoot me right below the neck, but I'll forgive cause insecurity's a mess. Yeah, I'll forgive because you're making your own bed. Yes, yes, this is why I hate the internet. Yes, but you're not gonna kill my happiness, so I forgive and getting closer to forget. Yeah, I forgive because you're making your own bed. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You're ready. See you the best. God bless the sweet girls. God bless the G girls. God bless the queen girls. I'm telling you the G girls. God bless the free girls. And yes, God bless even the mean girls. God bless the hot girls. God bless the thought girls. God bless the shy girls that go get what they want girls. God bless the free girls. And yes, God bless even the mean girls. God bless even the mean girls. So, no, I'm not bringing all this baggage home. No, I unpacked all of that years ago, sending you love because it's all I can control. Sending you love, I hope you don't end up alone because yeah, you're pretty but oh yeah.